Does your local community or project have a hard time keeping up with everything that is happening in the Wikimedia movement? In this talk, I'll explain why podcasts are an important way of disseminating information, explain how it's an underutilized resource in our communities right now, and how you can get started filling that information gap while having fun doing it. My name is Jan Ainali, and I'm a Swedish Wikipedian. I have been doing Wikipedia podden for 3 years, almost 150 episodes, and almost 90 episodes of Wikidata live editing. I'm an admin on Swedish Wikipedia. I edit on Wikidata and Wikimedia Commons, and I was the Swedish Wikimedian of the Year last year. So first, a general point that is applicable to every time that you are passing along information, true for podcasts as well as newsletters or anything else like that. And it is the part of the curation process. You act as a journalist, making sure that what you are passing along to your audience and to your listeners is relevant to them. Now, the strength of the podcast is the audio format. Some people will have it easier time digesting that type of information rather than just reading it. It is also great thanks to the ability to letting people multitask. This means that some people may have time to listen to this while doing something else, and they couldn't have that time reading up on everything, even if you were collecting it in a newsletter. By this, I mean that you can listen to a podcast while perhaps commuting to your work, while you're doing your chores in your household, while you're doing your workout, or perhaps even for some people while you're at work. And it's important to do it in your local language. First of all, I think that Tobler's first law of geography also applies to language. And it says, everything is related to everything else, but near things are more related than distant things. So with that, if someone is giving you information in your language, you probably have an easier time to be able to relate to that. And specifically in the Wikimedia projects, if you're talking about the language version, you may know the local policies, you know how the local community behaves, and you know what technology is enabled and what settings it has, which means that you can make it more customized for your listeners than if you were talking to the whole world. But also look at this practically. While many can understand many languages, listening to something that is not your mother tongue, it requires a higher cognitive load. So you have less resources in your brain to focus on the content, and you have to focus more on the form and what is being said. And we must also recognize that while many are proficient in reading a second language, if someone is talking quickly on a podcast, you might not be able to catch up with everything they say. And of course, we should also be aware that not everyone has the privilege of knowing several languages. And that is why we make sure that we can reach more people by providing a podcast in more languages. Not specifically, your podcast might not reach more, but in total, if we are doing more podcasts in local languages. So how do you get started when podcasting? And you might feel intimidated by the technology behind it, but really, you don't need a lot of technology. Often, any kind of external microphone will be good enough. The one in your computer might pick up too much of other sounds to be good enough, but just if you have one external microphone in your webcam, that might be good. So you don't need a lot of tools. I really recommend when you're doing podcasts with some other person that you have headphones so that no sound will leak from the computer into the microphone. But the most important resource when you're doing podcasts is silence. The more quiet environment you can be, the better sound you will get, because you can have more control of what you do. So try to find places that are silent and where there's no echo when you record. And if that means that you might have to record in another time of day, that might be what you have to do then. You can improve the sound quality if you're in a room by putting out some fabric around you. But echo is less of an issue than just other noise. So just try to find something where it's quiet, because that will make it possible for you to record better. And then for your recording tools, I can highly recommend the free and open source software Audacity. It's available for several platforms. It has all the features that you should need to edit a podcast. I have been doing all my podcasts editing in that software. Now, if you want to do recording remotely, there's several options, and some are more tricky than others. But the most important thing, I would say, is that you test your setup before you're doing something that's when it's really important, when you have an interviewee that can only join for a short while. So test, test, and test. Now, to go for some more practical notes, the Wikipedia Weekly podcast has a StreamYard account, and if you would like to record through that, that is certainly possible. Just look for us on MetaWiki for Wikipedia Weekly and take contact with us, and we will set you up for recording. The benefit of recording with StreamYard, for example, is that it has a separate channel for each audio file, which makes it much easier to have a good quality of the sound when you're editing. But there are plenty of other resources out there. You could record from Zoom, for example. There are services specifically for podcasting that I hear are very good. I haven't tried it. And for the highest quality, you would try to do something that is a double ender, which means that the one you're talking to on the other side is recording their sound locally and then sending you the files after the interview. This means that you will get a very high quality because it's not relying on your internet connection. You can record locally, they can record locally, and then you edit it together. The downsides with that is that the editing takes a little bit more time because you need to sync them up. And of course, it's a little bit more troublesome for the one you are recording with, because they need to be able and know how to record audio locally. But if you're a couple of persons, Wikipedians, who know each other and wants to do this, this might be the best way to achieve great audio. So now when you come to figuring out what should I podcast about, first, I would say a couple of questions that you would like to figure out first, and that is format, what niche you want, and the length of your podcast. So when I say format, I'm thinking, do you want to do like a news sweep style podcast, which has segments for different things? Do you want to do interviews with just one person in every episode that you're talking to? Or do you want to do monologues or sort of essays, but online? Do you want to do breaking news and just do that topic when you come up? When I say niches, or rather I talk about what kind of content would you like. You could have a mix of something. You could have something that's very specifically targeting a local project, for example, a language version of Wikipedia. You could do something that is even more specific for a wiki project. You could talk about community, or you could talk about the governance, which could relate to many different projects. You could talk about technology if you're interested in that. You could talk about regional aspects, perhaps even spanning multiple languages. And you can talk about research about Wikimedia. You could have the focus of any kind of minority group or content gap angle within the wikis, or you could just do fun stuff. And of course, any mix of this is also possible. One other thing that you want to consider is how often do you want to make your podcast? It takes some time to research, it takes some time to record, and of course, editing also takes some time depending on how detailed you want to do edit and how fussy you are about it. It should sound good. So you can try out if you want to do it once a week, every fortnight, once a month. But I would suggest finding some sort of regular pattern, because that is what is common among podcasts, and it might be easier for your listeners to know what's happening and to follow along. One of the tricky parts after you decided on this is where do I find information about this? And this is sort of the journalistic part of creating the podcast. So there are a number of places that is good for this. One of the obvious ones that you should have a look at and perhaps have in your RSS feed is the Wikimedia diff. A lot of things comes up there, news from various sources. So that's a good starting point. Then it's also good to look at other people who are publishing, and Wikipedia Signpost on English Wikipedia is a good collection of different kinds of news coming up. I would also suggest that you join the Wikipedia Weekly Facebook group, because there's a lot of different things coming up in those. And then, of course, all different affiliates, follow them on social media, because not everyone is posting to Diff or on Facebook, but if you follow them on their social media, you'll be sure to reach the news. And you can specifically follow the ones that are more relevant to your target group. Then there's a number of different newsletters that you could subscribe to on Wiki and on mail. But if you're interested in tech, there's the tech news, there's the Wikidata newsletter, the growth team from Wikimedia Foundation has a newsletter, and so does the Abstract Wikipedia. Wikipedia Education comes with a newsletter, and there's also This Month in Glam. So you get a collection of different things that you can search for and see if something is relevant. You might also consider joining the mailing list Wikimedia L, because that's one that spans over multiple projects. But if there's also a mailing list for your project, should probably be on that one as well to catch things that come up. And of course, there are a few other podcasts about Wikipedia, and you can always be inspired by them. For all of these things, it might be nice to give credit, or in your show notes, show the original source so that people can find out where it came from. So for other podcasts that you could listen to, there is a podcast category on Wikimedia Commons that you should, of course, check out. There's a lot of back catalog that you can listen back to. There's the Wikipedia Weekly. Of course, that's history, but you can listen to a couple of these, can give you some clue of what a Wikipedia podcast could be like. We also have the ongoing right now, The World According to Wikipedia, that you should really subscribe to and listen to. There's a podcast from the Movement Strategy, which is very specific in its content, but it can give you an idea of what you can talk about. There's the Wiki Africa Hour only on YouTube, but I still think it's worth looking into in the realm of podcast, even if this is more of live stream, because it has the form of a podcast with guests coming on, and there's a new segment, so you can be inspired. There's also the Wiki Update podcast, which is shorter and usually have a guest, something with a little bit of an interview. And then, not exactly Wikipedia, but I'll bring it up here. It's the Between the Brackets, which is about Media Wiki, but usually, since Wikimedia is one of the big users of Media Wiki, it's also something related to the Wikimedia movement. And those are things that you can be inspired by. But most of all, I hope that you have been inspired by this talk and want to try out podcasting yourself. Good luck.
Hi, everybody. Thank you that you joined our today's session with quite a long title, but we hope that the content will be light and funny. So let me share my screen. So we would like to talk more about how to promote your activities and why having a public relation and fundraising specialists make sense. So in the first place, we are to tell you what to do. My name is Klára Joková. I'm an executive director of Wikimedia Czech Republic since March 2018. And most of today's session will be held by my colleague Natalia or Tali Skejbalova. She's our fundraiser and PR specialist in Wikimedia Czech Republic since January on the PR position, and since September 2021 on fundraising position as well. So just show you a broader picture. How big is Wikimedia Czech Republic? We are Czech chapter, of course, till 2006. But the staff the chapter hired in 2017. Between the years 2018 and now, we growth from 4 people to 10 people within the team, even though still most of the team has just like part-time jobs. Natalia didn't start on from the scratch. She could continue the work that was started by our 2 colleagues who work just for a few hours a week. They were external contractors, and they started made a more concrete fundraising and PR work within Wikimedia Czech Republic. And what's important that they was able to finish the preparation phase, which I'm going to mention slightly later. And why and what this shift from external to internal fundraising in PR that is covered by Tali. That's the topic of today's session. So I will start with lessons learned, but I think it's good to be prepared for several things on the beginning. The preparation phase I mentioned takes several months. To gain the money, it's really the tip of an iceberg, and it takes time to get it. What's essential to have or to create during this preparation phase, I think, is stakeholder analysis, just to describe and set your target groups, what groups you have around, and how to reach them, because this is your essential circles. These are your essential circles that you can reach on the first place, and you should know how they look like and how you can contact them the best. So you set target groups and you set tools. Next thing, what I would suggest to prepare, it's general fundraising and PR strategy. What we need to find out is how we support our 3 main program areas the best. And we choose this. We have 3 main program groups: educational programs, community programs, and partnership programs. And As educational programs are the best described to the general public, we choose this for the direct donoring. As a community programs are the best to supported by different type of grants. This is what we choose for them. And partnership programs, the partnership with public institutions, this is the best target for CSR or corporate donations. So this is in general our main PR and fundraising strategy. And the last thing what was essential to prepare is an annual fundraising and PR strategy. It doesn't need to be something really complicated, but you supposed to know what, when, how many, and how much you expect it to bring. My advice is keep it light. What was our vision as well was that we wanted to create a fresh image for WMCZ. So here is what we want to share with you. It has been almost a year since we decided to hire a fundraiser and PR specialist in-house. Talia works for 20 hours a week, and she helps us to promote our activities better, and she kickstarted our fundraising. So what we want to share with you is what did we expect? How is the outcome of this? And specific examples of our campaigns and content.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here with us. The first thing I want to start with is just a basic overview of what does a fundraiser and a PR specialist do. In other words, what I do for Wikimedia Czech Republic. As you can see, I do stuff at our public events, like presenting and putting balloons on windows. But seriously, I take the overall presentation to the public and marketing under my wings. I work part-time, which means I cannot do everything, but I make sure it works with our team members. We have 10 members of Wikimedia Czech Republic team. So I cooperate with the rest of the team. I promote activities and the idea of free knowledge on social media, blog, website, and other channels. I create fundraising campaigns and take continuous care of our donors and supporters. I come up with creative ideas, and I am very lucky that our ED Clara mostly accepts them and does not shut them down. I would like to start with a little bit about our first ever fundraising campaign, which took place last Christmas, and it was pretty successful. As it was the first one, we chose our Seniors Write Wikipedia project because it's the most heartwarming one, and we thought we have the best chance to reach out to people's hearts basically with it. Our education team does a really great work with that. They have already taught something around 600 seniors to write Wikipedia, and they have a new hobby, they have new friends, they have new purpose. Basically, it's really great. So we chose a local platform, Darujme, and we were as specific as possible with our goal. We said last year we thought 100 seniors to write Wikipedia. Next year we want to reach 150, and in order to do that we need 30 regular donors, which we didn't end up succeeding in because we only got like 3 regulars from this campaign, but we reached the goal amount of money. we actually, the original goal was 30,000, so we got 40,000 crowns. Here are the outcomes. We got in total 43 donors, around 1,600 euro to this day. A lot of new people attracted to the project, which I think is very important as well. And the whole campaign was just very feel good. It had a positive vibe. We did a video with real seniors who took our courses, and then Wikipedia really became their obsession in some cases, which is awesome. There was this female senior who said something like that: thanks to this project, thanks to Wikipedia, I was all right in quarantine. Otherwise, I would be probably very nervous and stressed, but this helped me to get through it. So really, people felt touched by that, and the results speak for themselves, I think. How to take care of our donors? Well, you have to build a relationship with them. It's not just fundraising, it's friend raising, really. You want to let them know that they're part of something important. And you can do that through many channels. We usually do that through email marketing. We created a thank you email with Clara. Clara wrote it herself, and we send it to every new donor that we have on Daruma. And we also create 4 special newsletters for them a year, so that they know how their money is being used and what do we do actually, in fact. So we also invite them to personal events, and we thank them at the end of the year with a card. Promote your activities like their success depends on it, because it does. There are many ways you can promote your activities, and some of them that we use a lot are press releases, blog posts, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We haven't used TikTok yet, but I think it would work. I don't have the capacity to do that yet, but it was just a little tip that I wanted to give you. I think it could be useful. You can also ask NGOs and companies to share your content. This one is actually quite useful for us. It doesn't cost anything to the companies, and they can connect themselves with something meaningful. So most of them take that opportunity, and it can end up in a higher reach. Coordination is the key. As I said earlier, there are 10 team members in Wikimedia Czech Republic. So I have to talk to them and help them to promote their activities themselves, because I cannot do it all on my own, as I only work part-time. So I create step-by-step tutorials for almost everything. We have tutorials for how to write a blog post, how to work with social media, how to do email marketing, which is also great for me. It saves me a lot of time, because every time somebody asks me something, I can just send them a link, which is really useful for them, for me, for everyone. And in case I ever left this position, I can it would be much easier for me to train a new person. This is a system that Clara developed, and she actually wants everybody in the team to do this, and I think it's really great. So that's a little tip for you. PR calendar with every PR output anybody does, because when there is 10 people that do marketing activities, you have to know when is what output given, so we use Asana. That's something Clara implemented, and I think it works really great. We use it almost for every job. that we do, every task. But with PR calendar, I think it's extremely useful because you don't want 2 emails to go to your supporters in one day. You don't want 2 Facebook blog posts being published at the same time. It's something you really have to avoid. So every time anybody does something that goes out, they just write it here. And before you put something out, you check it. If anybody has already sent an email today, you won't do it. You will do it tomorrow. It's very easy, but saves a lot of time. In-person events. In-person events are something I think we're fairly good at. These are pictures of Czech Wiki Photo exhibition we did last year. Czech Wiki Photo is our contest of the best photos of Czech things on Wikimedia Commons. Yeah. And the photos are actually displayed for a month in our Scout Institute in the heart of Prague. And this is a picture from the opening. We also did GLAM discussion about free licenses on the same day, and it was really lovely. It's a lot of stress and effort that actually pays off most of the time, and it helps you create a real bond with both the public and the Wikimedia community. This is just a short video of Poetry Slam that we did on the same day, Poetry Slam for Wikipedia. We hired artists that happen to be my friends to write poems about Wikipedia. It was very successful, and I think it was a great bonus for people who were there. Yeah, a lot of people came to see specifically Poetry Slam, and they stayed for other activities as well. So I think it's great to connect different words.
So another experience brought our new theme this year, which we prepared in a form of a monthly challenge, namely Human Rights Month on Czech Wikipedia. Měsíc lidských práv na Wikipedii. This was a month-long challenge to write articles about human rights. Almost 100 articles were created or enriched. We held 4 online and offline editathons, and we were able to evolve, or we were supported by 20 different Czech non-profits organizations who take care of human rights and human rights topic in Czech Republic. If you are interested in this project, you can find more on a recent diff article.
So don't be afraid to talk about the awesome things you do. It's just as important as talking about the things you're going to do, to talk about the things you have already done and went well. And this is something we do a lot. I focus on a lot to do a follow-up after every event. So this is a video from our Human Rights Month on Wikipedia editathon. It has English subtitles, and I'm going to play it for you.
Právě probíhá editathon k Měsíci lidských práv na Wikipedii. Měsíc lidských práv na Wikipedii probíhá poprvé, je součástí projektu Lidská práva na Wikipedii a snažili jsme se upozornit na to, že na Wikipedii existuje řada chybějících článků nebo neúplných článků o jednotlivých tématech lidských práv, ale také třeba o osobnostech, které se lidskoprávní problematice věnují anebo svým aktivismem se snaží měnit podmínky a porušování lidských práv na celém světě.
Píšu o preferovaných rodových zájmenech, které se zejména v angličtině používají k označování genderové příslušnosti a genderové identity dané osoby. Toto téma je důležité, protože si myslím, že bychom měli respektovat každého právo na identitu a integritu a to označování se těmi zájmeny k tomu patří.
Já když brouzdám po internetu, tak chci nacházet věrohodné informace. A když jsme dostali nabídku stát si partnery s Wikimedií, tak mi to přišlo mně perfektní, protože to téma lidský práva je to téma, kterým my se v organizaci OPIM už dlouhodobě věnujeme. Kdo jiný by měl být teda tím nositelem těch informací, než ti, kterým těm tématům rozumí a věnují se jim.
Dnes zakládám na české Wikipedii nové heslo a píši o Mahinur El Masri, což je egyptská právnička a lidskoprávní aktivistka, která sama, často bez nároku na honorář, aktivně pomáhá nespravedlivě souzeným lidem v Egyptě. Tohle téma je pro mě důležité, protože pracuji v lidskoprávní sekci Člověka v tísni. To znamená, že ochrana lidských práv je dokonce i mojí živností, mojí náplní práce. A práce mě baví a je to i můj koníček.
These videos are also a great way to thank your partners and to reach out to potential partners. You know, next year we can just send someone this video and say, look what it looked like last year. Do you want to take part this year? So that I think is pretty useful. Promote your activities like their success depends on it. Because it does. Very deep, yeah. So we reach out with press releases almost every time we do a bigger project. It usually pays off because we contact relevant media. For example, when we did our Human Rights Month on Wikipedia, we went specifically for hate-free culture. And they were interested because it's a topic that they work on they have been working on for years. So that's a little tip from me. Girls just want to have fun, and frankly, everybody does. Make marketing and PR fun. It's not that hard. And one of the things that we do that are fun actually, or at least I believe so, is 2 minutes with a Wikipedian series, where we did already 2 seasons. And it's basically just talking to Wikipedians for 2 minutes and presenting the volunteering people, the volunteers, the Wikipedians to the public, and maybe sharing the idea that Wikipedia is created by volunteers, which is something, unfortunately, a lot of Czechs still don't know. So this is one of the ways to support free knowledge from our part. And we were actually quite successful with this. I did analysis of the second series recently, and I found out that for very small budget, only something like €40 on Facebook, we had 20,000 views on Facebook, and more than 900 people clicked through to our donate page, which is not that bad. Only like 2 of them ended up donating, but I think it's a good result nevertheless. And now I would like to play one excerpt.
Dobrý den,
to you.
Jsem Anatol Svahilec a vy právě sledujete 2 minuty s Wikipedistou. Čas! Wikipedistický jméno?
P. Bednář, čítajte po polsku.
Občanský věk?
19 let, 22 dní.
Wikipedistický věk?
5 let a 140 dní.
Domovský město?
Hrdý občan Orlové, okres Karviná.
Článek s nejdelším názvem?
To vím naprosto přesně, prosím tě, to je Kočár biskupa Julia Trojera z Trojerštajnu.
Jaký funkce na Wikipedii zastáváš a co ty funkce znamenají?
Já jsem na Wikipedii správce a já to používám hlavně k řešení vandalismu.
Co to je wikipedistický vandalismus?
Tak to je záměrné chování k poškození Wikipedie.
Kolik hodin týdně na Wikipedii zhruba strávíš?
Tak to je mezi 0 a 168.
Co na to říká tvoje okolí?
Toleruje, leč nechápe.
Počet nahraných fotek na Wikimedia Commons?
Myslím, že to jde k 5000. V každém případě asi tak ještě půlka toho čeká na svůj čas.
Jaká je tvoje fotografická specializace?
Já jsem vždycky strašně rád fotil lidi, nebo třeba události, sporty pro Wiki. Teďka s covidem to šlo dost dopryč, ale věřím, že se na to zase vrhnu.
Na jakou fotku asi nikdy nezapomeneš?
Já si myslím, že to bude fotka z letošního června. Bude to určitě nějaká fotka z Lužic po moravském tornádu.
Jaký stereotyp o wikipedistech podle tebe není pravda?
Že nejsme jenom banda anonymních nerdů.
Jaký stereotyp o wikipedistech je pravda?
Jsou to alkoholici.
Hostem 2 minut s wikipedistou byl T. Bednář. Tadeáši, moc díky, že jsi na nás udělal čas.
Taky díky, měj se.
Well, that's it. I'm really proud of this project, and I'm thankful to Clara, our ED, that we're able to do this. And I have to say one more thing about this. It was not expensive, because the presenter is a keen Wikipedian. He's my friend, and he did it for free. And the cameraman is the friend of both of us, and he actually was very low cost, so it wasn't pricey at all. And it's another thing that I want to encourage you to do, to reach out to the Wikipedian community, because you can find very passionate people who will do things in the name of free knowledge, basically. Yeah. So that was all for me. Now I give the floor to Clara.
Let's go to close this. So, what does it change for me as an ED and my team to have an in-house PR specialist? I hope you could saw it for yourself. What I would how I would describe this outcome is that we have definitely concentrated work on both topics. I mean, public relations and fundraising. Our public presentation in numbers went up immediately. We were able to unify and strategic communication externally and coordinated it internally. And of course, this freeing up the capacity of other team members. But of course, you have to find the right person and persist, even if everything looks at the beginning like never-ending space, like Sahara, for example. So good luck, everyone. Don't be afraid. I'm happy that we could share a few experiences with you. And we are always open and happy to share more with you. Feel free to reach us, contact us not only if you have questions, but if you was interested in any of our activities and you want to cooperate or connect our activities with activities of your affiliate or your user group, we will be more than happy. And as well, what Natalia would like to start is the Fundraiser supported group for Europe. So if you're interested in this, just write her an email. So thank you all for watching and have a great day on Wikimedia.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Olga, and I am a product manager at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I am here with Alex and Shimon, who will introduce themselves in a second. And we're here to talk to you about the new desktop experience.
Hey, I'm Alex Hollander, also from the foundation. I am the designer on the web team, and I've been with the foundation for almost 5 years now.
And I am Shimon, a community relations specialist working with the web team. I'm an experienced Wikimedian, and I've been working with the foundation for 5 years.
All right, we are very glad to be here with you today. I have some slides for you that we will go through and present, and then after that, we welcome you to a call on Zoom to be able to do a Q&A. All right. So, as we mentioned, we're Alex, Olga, and Shimon from the web team at the Wikimedia Foundation, and we are here to talk to you about the new desktop experience. So for the past 3 years, we have been working on a new and improved desktop experience, focusing specifically on making sure that our interfaces are welcoming to all readers and editors, especially those who are new to our sites and who have come from diverse backgrounds and geographies over the past 10 years. Right now, we are in the process of finishing this work, and we are focused on working with communities, building out consensus, and doing all of the work necessary to bring this new experience as the default to all of our wikis. We're very excited about this. So for today, first, we will give you a quick introduction to the project overall and to our need to create a new experience. After that, we will show you a quick demo of what we've built and give you some extra information on the individual features that we've made. Then we will discuss our process for working with communities and affiliates and bringing this change across all of our wikis. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, we will have a question and answer meeting in a separate Zoom call. You're welcome to join us. We really hope that you do. You can find the link for the Zoom call in the Etherpad for the session. So before we get started, I wanted to give a quick summary of everything that we will talk about. So basically, our team, the web team, has built a new look or skin for Wikimedia wikis. Our main goal for this was to make wikis be more welcoming to new users. Right now, this new skin is the default across 32 wikis. About half of them are wikis that are in the top 20. We hope to bring this new design as the default on all wikis starting next month in September. We are currently working on talking to communities to make these changes and gathering consensus prior to deployment. We are also working with readers and on spreading the word amongst readers via blog posts, a separate website for the changes, and other media. So first, we will start with a quick history of our desktop interfaces, and I will hand it over to Alex, our designer, who will walk you through this.
Thanks, Olga. Yeah, so basically, the first thing we did when starting this project was to take a look at how the interface has changed over the past 20 years, sort of trying to understand, where we've been and what changes have been made and why. And a few things that we noticed, starting from this kind of 2002 interface, which was almost skin. The concept of skins didn't really exist yet. We see a super dense and kind of text-heavy interface. And as we progress to monobook and then eventually to vector, the interface both starts to get more organized with sort of like sections and menus and things like that. And also it starts to get a little bit less dense. So you'll see in a second when we look through the screenshots, monobook has a little bit more space, and then vector also has a little bit more space. Another thing we noticed is that, you know, since 2010, of course, there haven't been any major updates to the default skin. Our team was very much focused on mobile. One of the things specifically we were focused on was making it easier for people to edit on mobile. But during that time, that sort of 10-year gap there was a ton of activity from the community in the form of gadgets and user scripts, also in terms of proposals for new skin like winter and actual new skins like timeless. And so a lot of the time we spent was looking through all of these customizations and all of these modifications that users and community members had already made over the past 10 years. And there are actually not a ton of new ideas in the work that we've done. It's mostly bringing together ideas that we saw or features that we saw that have already been developed. So on the next slide, you can see the sort of original interface. Again, it's extremely minimalist and mostly just uses text, and that was back in 2002. Then on the next slide, you can see a screenshot of monobook, which again starts to sort of put things in specific areas or menus, and has a teeny bit more breathing room to it. On the following slide, you can see a screenshot of vector, which is what we're all familiar with. And again, there's a little bit more white space there. And then we also included a screenshot of winter, which was a proposal from 2014 developed by a staff member at the time, Jared Zimmerman. And we included this because it's got a lot of great ideas. Again, many of them coming from community developed user scripts and gadgets, like a sticky header and collecting the user items in a user menu, and a few other things. So yeah, we kind of looked at all of this history. And next slide. And started to articulate reasons for why we needed a change. So I can't see the slides on the screen anymore, but we should be on slide 14 at this point. So yeah, we started to articulate reasons for making changes to the interface, which is always a difficult thing to do. Change is difficult, but it's also necessary. And some of the reasons, or the top 4 reasons why we decided that change was necessary right now. Number one is diversity and inclusion. So more people are using Wikimedia projects from all over the world, and we want to make sure to support all of them. Specifically welcoming new readers and new editors from all different kinds of backgrounds on all different sorts of devices, mobile and desktop. For many people, their first experience will be on a mobile device, but desktop is still very important, with over 50% of the page views coming from desktop devices. And so we want to aim for consistency between mobile and desktop, and maybe even eventually a single skin across both. And then we also know that there are a bunch of new patterns and new capabilities that are available to us, like responsive websites and other CSS and HTML features that give us the ability to do things with the interface that weren't possible. And we know that when Vector was designed, nearly 12 years ago now, for example, the range of screen sizes that people used was much more limited, and there weren't such large screens, and there also weren't so many different types of tablets and things like that. So a bunch of things have changed, and we are responding to all of that change and trying to find the best way forward so we can include as many people as possible in the movement and provide the best possible reading experience for everyone. And yeah, as I said earlier, a huge part of our work has been looking at what the communities are already doing. So, for example, on Korean Wikipedia and others, there's already a collapsible sidebar. On Hebrew Wikipedia, there is a gadget that makes the header sticky as you scroll down the page. One of our colleagues here at the foundation, Pratik, developed a gadget to make the table of contents sticky as you scroll down the page. And then sort of plugin developed by another user called Wikipedia Rehash increases the font size and introduces a maximum line length, as well as many other sort of Wikipedia reader-like apps and experiences do. So yeah, this stuff is the inspiration and sort of the building blocks that we've been working with. And a sort of metaphor that we have talked about throughout the project and is sort of a theme in our presentation is the need both for a dense interface, kind of like a cockpit of an airplane, which is what editors and power users often want, and then a sort of more minimal, focused interface, like a library for reading and learning, which is what a lot of readers want, and trying to figure out how we can provide both interfaces. And then on the next slide, we're kind of asking the question, will we ever be done? And no, there is no kind of finish line here. We are at this stage of the project sort of reorganizing or almost resetting the interface. But as we know from working with community members along the way, there's always more changes, always more considerations. So the interface will continue to evolve, and we will continue to work on it after this project. Okay, and with that overview of sort of our research and some of the framing, I will pass it back to Olga. Thank you.
All right, thank you all, and apologies for the technical difficulties. So I will talk over what we mean when we say improvements and how do we know that the things that we build are actually improvements. So starting with the goals of the project, as Alex mentioned, we really wanted to focus on new people that are coming to our wikis, and especially to make sure that they feel welcomed. And that they feel welcomed in a sense that they know how to use our sites, they are curious about exploring more of our sites, whether that means reading more or maybe even becoming involved in our communities and becoming editors. So our main goal for the project was to make the wikis more welcoming to new readers and editors. Our secondary goal was thinking about the usability of the site and making sure that the site becomes more useful for everyone, not just only for the new people, but also to make sure that the standard of quality and the ease of use is the same for existing editors and other power users that have been around for years now and been involved in the project for a long time. So when we were thinking about this idea of welcomeness, we understand that it is a very open concept. So we wanted to make sure that when we start the project, we give ourselves measurements that will reflect the reality of what we want, both the kind of softer side of the idea of being welcoming, as well as the harder side of data and making sure that we are not building anything that is not proven to be better than what was there before. So for our targets and for what we defined as success, we had two sides. The first side was qualitative, so looking at things like trust and positive sentiment, looking at different surveys for how people use the site, and doing a lot of research. The second part was a little bit more direct. Basically, for every feature that we built, we compared its usage directly to the feature previously and made sure that usage went up or that usage and usability improved for the new feature over the old one. We did this through something that we call A/B testing or multivariate testing, where we basically show both versions to people and see which one performs better. So for example, if we're looking at something like search, we want to make sure that we want to make sure that we compare the new version of search to the old version of the search, and that the new version of the search performs better and has more searches, which is something that we were able to prove. So a little bit more detail on what this project actually is. We've given a lot of this kind of higher mindset type stuff, but we wanted to also get into the detail. So the main thing that we wanted to do is bring the content into more focus. We also wanted to make sure that tools that people use frequently are available on the page and are in places where people can find them easily, in places where they are next to tools that are similar and potentially further away to tools that they are not alike at all. We wanted to make sure that things that people use more frequently are more easy to get to on the page than things that people maybe use a little bit less frequently. And also, we just kind of wanted to do some cleanup. So over the years, we know that a lot of different tools have gotten added into places a little bit haphazardly. We wanted to make sure that everything is a little bit cleaned up and organized. At the same time, we wanted to set some principles for what this project was not. So from the very beginning, we understand that the content belongs to the communities. So we made the commitment to not change anything in the content area, which is that gray area that you see in this image. We also wanted to look at all of our different tools. The same way we know that our content is important, we also know that our tools are very important to our communities. So we wanted to make sure that we don't actually remove any tools. So tools might be in different places. They might look a little bit different, but everything that you saw on the page before we started making the changes, you will see on the page after we made the changes. And finally, we didn't want to drastically change anything. We know that Wikipedia is very distinct, that it has a certain style, a certain feel, and we wanted that to stay the same. We wanted to make sure that we're not introducing a completely new project with a completely new design. We wanted things to still feel familiar and still feel welcoming and comfortable. So that's a little bit about how we looked at the project. From there, we started doing a lot of different research, and we began entering into this process for the way that we actually built things. The first part of this process was the research that we did. So here we worked both with readers and editors across multiple countries and multiple locations to make sure that we identify what the trouble was and what the problems were with the current interface. So with editors and communities, we worked in in-person meetings such as Wikimania, such as the hackathon. We also talked to people on Wiki. With readers, we made sure that we test globally in different countries such as India, Ghana, Argentina, and Indonesia to make sure that we have a group of multilingual users of a variety of different wikis, and to make sure that we talk to them specifically about what issues they were having with the site. Based on this research, what we do is we identified the problems that people were having, and then we went into the prototype stage. This is the stage where we start trying to solve some of the problems. The way that this works is we built out potential solutions to some of the problems that we had identified. Then we begin testing these solutions. Similarly to the research stage, we made sure that we tested these solutions across multiple languages and both with readers and communities of different sizes. So with communities, we tended to use central notice to tell people about our prototypes, and through this way, we were able to actually test on more than 30 languages, and for each prototype testing, we had between 200 and 300 replies from community members. For readers, we did more focused testing, once again in different countries, focusing specifically on the way people were using the previous version of the feature and the new version of the feature. Once we do all this research on the prototypes themselves, we begin collecting the feedback and then changing the prototype based on what the research told us. So once that prototype is changed based on what we have learned, we are ready to go to the next stage, which is actually building the feature. Here, our developers build out what we have settled on, while we still kind of continue the conversations with readers and the communities to get more feedback. Once the feature is built and ready, we go into the stage of quantitative testing. So here, we most frequently do A/B testing and also other types of quantitative testing. So what we do is we ship the feature that we have built to about 50% of the users on a given pilot wiki or partner wiki, and I will talk about those in a second. And then we compare whether it performs better than the old feature or not. If it performs better than the old feature, that's great. We're very happy, and we begin giving it to more people. If it does not, we go back, we look at the feedback, and we look at the data to make sure what the issue was, and then we begin fixing those issues until we can prove that the feature is performing better. So we did this with all of the different features that we touched, and now we're in this last part of the process, which is scaling, where we are ready to talk to more wikis, have a lot of these conversations around deployment, and bring these features to everybody. So I mentioned that we were testing on our pilot or partner communities. What a partner community means is we have been working for the past 3 years with a set of communities who volunteered to have the new skin as on by default. What this meant was that everyone on that skin was able to see the skin. If you were logged in, you could opt out whenever you wanted and switch to one of our other skins. If you were logged out, however, that was the skin that you were using every day. For other wikis, we wanted to make sure that we are still able to get feedback. So what we did is, instead of making it the default, we included it as a preference. What this meant is that if you were logged in, you could try out the skin and you could see and give us feedback. However, if you were logged out, you were not able to have access to it. What we want to do right now is basically bring access to the skin to all people who are logged out. This is the focus of the conversations that we are having right now. If you are currently in one of our partner communities or not in one of our partner communities, we encourage you to check out the skin. You can turn it on from your preferences in your skins list. So I mentioned that we worked with these communities, and something that was really important for us is that we really had a good representation of our movement when we were building out the skin. So we really wanted to make sure that we work with communities that are both very large, like French Wikipedia, Portuguese Wikipedia, for example, as well as quite small. We wanted to make sure that we have a good distribution of different languages, that we have languages from every continent, that we have a good distribution of scripts, and that also we have scripts that go from left to right as well as right to left. And finally, we also wanted to have a good distribution of projects. Many times we focus excessively on Wikipedia when we build, which is really good because it is our most popular project. However, it causes the problem of things not being built well enough to the standard of other projects. This time around, we wanted to make sure that we started building with different projects from the very beginning to make sure that all of the use cases and the needs from these projects are considered from the very beginning rather than retrofitted based on something that was built for Wikipedia. So as I mentioned, we are now almost wrapped up with all of our changes, and we hope to begin bringing these changes as the default starting in early September 2022. Right now, we are focusing on discussing the changes across communities and gathering consensus for deployment across communities, both large and small. We are also working on having meetings such as this and discussing the project, updating our documentation, as well as taking in consideration the feedback and the needs that we're getting from the communities and making sure that we are meeting those by fixing any kind of bugs or working through new requests that we are getting in. Okay, so all of that said, I think it's finally time for us to do a little bit of a demo for what we have built. And I will quickly change my screen share. Okay, so here it is. So we started our changes once again by focusing on the content. So in order to do that, we made sure that the sidebar itself is collapsible so people can use it when they want to and collapse it away when they don't. We focused on limiting the width of the text to make sure that people can focus a little bit more and also to improve readability. After that, we built out a new search, which includes context on the different search items by adding descriptions and images. We began collecting a lot of the tools that were available here at the top of the page under a single menu. And this is because during our research, we saw that people were struggling, especially new editors were struggling to distinguish which of these tools were their personal tools and which of these tools belonged to the global navigation. For example, people were getting confused between the personal talk page and the talk page of the article itself. After that, we worked on languages. We moved the language list from all the way here at the bottom of the sidebar to the very top of the page to make it easier for multilingual people to switch from one language to another. Then we began focusing on providing better access to frequently used tools, starting with the sticky header. So, as you know, certain tools such as access to the history page or access to the talk page were previously only available at the very top of the page. By adding these to a sticky header, we're making them available as you scroll down the page. And this makes it a lot easier to access these tools, and this also saves a lot of time spent in scrolling. I have a separate slide on this later on, but I would like to mention that we were actually able to decrease the scrolling to the top of the page by 16% by doing this. After that, we focused on doing something similar for the table of contents. So as you know, before the table of contents was only available at the top of the page, we were able to also add it to the side of the page. And that is my very, very quick demo. Right now, we are focusing on the visual styles of the page and making sure that the look and the feel is cohesive. Okay, so I will stop sharing the quick demo and then focus on a couple of the changes that we have made. And apologies while I switch back to the slides. Okay, so as I mentioned, our new table of contents allows people to immediately understand the shape and context of the article and makes navigations between sections easier. We actually saw in our A/B test that this increases clicks to the table of contents by 50%. In terms of language switching, the language switching change was designed for multilingual users. However, as I mentioned, sometimes our initial way of building the feature does not work out. This is an example of that. When we first tested it, we saw that while new readers and readers in general had an easier time with the new language switching, we saw that this was causing problems for editors. So what we did is we iterated on the feature and we made the necessary changes to make sure that logged out and logged in users did not switch languages less than before, and to make sure that the feature is a success. We also worked with the language engineering team at the Wikimedia Foundation, who focused on languages, to ensure that the new functionality included entry points for translations and Wikidata entries. Our new search, as I mentioned, makes it easier to find the correct result by including context such as images and descriptions for each result. And we're very happy to say that when compared to the previous search in an A/B test, we saw that more than 30% of people, we saw that people started 30% more search sessions with the new search than we did with the old search. Finally, our sticky header, as I mentioned before, decreases scrolling to the top of the page by 16%, and that is saving a lot of time, mostly for editors and different communities in scrolling. Another change that we made and that we're focused on is the line length and increasing the font size. These changes allow people to read a little bit more comfortably, and research has shown that limiting the width of the text leads to a more comfortable reading experience and better retention of the content itself. Okay, I will go a little bit more quickly because I see that we are running out of time. So something else that I want to mention is we know that no skin can be perfect and that developing our desktop experience is a process. So we wanted to highlight some trade-offs and challenges that we have come across. The first one that we have looked at is that of an improved reading experience that focuses on the content and tools that are used more frequently. And this we tried to balance with the preference some editors have for a denser experience, which we have tried to support as much as possible. So, as in previous skins, communities and editors can customize the skin through user scripts and gadgets. Through the 2 years of the new skin's existence, many editors have built such gadgets and scripts that augment the skin in various ways. For example, here you can see a gadget which stretches the text to a width larger than the default. We have collected a library of these gadgets and scripts in the repository of our documentation, the link for which is in the slides. If you're interested in checking out the existing customizations or adding a customization that you've built yourself, we welcome you to check this out. Another one of our goals is to move to a more customized menu system. Once the new skin is available by default everywhere, we look forward to moving towards such a system. This would include the ability to pin certain menus, such as the Tools menu, or gadgets, such as the Twinkle menu, to the sides of the page. Currently, we're talking to different communities and exploring possibilities. For example, we recently met with Russian-speaking editors. One of the concerns they raised was immediate access to multiple language links at the same time. This screenshot provides an idea of how we can set up a customized menu for switching languages. And finally, we would like to admit that not every scan is perfect for everyone. We support our editors who choose to continue using the current version of the vector scan or the monobook scan, and we would just like to confirm that we will continue maintenance for these scans and are not planning on any changes to them as a part of this project. Okay, with just a little bit of time left, I will hand things over to Shimon, who will walk you through how we're working with our communities going into deployment.
Thank you, Olga. So let me do a quick reminder. I am the community relations specialist, and my role in the team is to ensure that the team is with the communities. Next slide. So we want to get many different groups and communities informed and included in the decision-making process. We post announcements on the central discussion pages on wikis, such as village pumps, forums, cafes. But we also go beyond that, using banners, organizing office hours, sending updates via our newsletter, and joining the events organized by the communities. We contact the affiliates as well. Here I'd like to express my gratitude to three groups of Wikimedians. Firstly, volunteer translators, without whom we wouldn't be we would be limited to just a few languages. So they practically enable us to communicate with the movement at large. Secondly, to product ambassadors who liaise between the team and the communities, predominantly the partner communities that Olga was talking about earlier. And I would also like to thank the interpreters. Thanks to them, people who do not speak English can talk to us at the office hours that we organize. Next slide. Soon we will begin informing logged out users about Vector 22. Banners will appear on selected pages. The readers will be able to preview the new skin and take part in a satisfaction survey. Next slide. In the banners, there will also be a link to a dedicated web page with basic information about the changes. That web page, as you can see, is targeted to readers, logged out users. And if you are interested in the details about the project, we would like to invite you to mediawiki.org, and you will see the link in the next slide. So I would like to ask to skip to the next slide. Yeah. So here you can see the link, previous one. Yeah. So here you can see the link to the relevant page on mediawiki.org. If you'd like to contact us, see this page, or send an email to any of our addresses. Now, next slide. So now we would like to invite you to a session for questions and answers. This will be a separate event. It will take place on Zoom. It will be in English only and will not be recorded. On this slide, you can see the invitation links. The first one is for online connections, and the second one is for phones. I launch the meeting directly after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you all so much, and thank you all for coming, and hopefully we will see you in the Q&A session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does it work for you, Eric, to share the screen?
Working on it.
Okay. So maybe in the meantime, I can start with the short introduction. My name is John Andersson, and I'm the Executive Director at Wikimedia Sverige. And I will initially give you a short introduction about the Content Partnership Hub and what it's all about. And then I will hand over to Eric, who will be talking a little bit about the help desk, a specific part of the Content Partnership Hub that we're developing. And finally, we will have a short workshop section, which will be led by my colleague, Josefin Hellroth-Larsson, where we will be discussing how to get involved, both in if you want to ask questions and if you want to support the help desk and be part of that, with a part of being one of the experts helping out or one of the organizations supporting it. So, but let's get started. We want to say, we want to keep this introduction very short and make sure that we have enough time for you guys to be part of the discussion. So, but as you might know, the Wikimedia movement has worked very hard to figure out how we can improve our global impact by 2030. And over the last few years, we have developed a number of strategic recommendations. And these recommendations, they are intended to kind of guide the movement's work and the investments that we will be doing in the coming years. And one important change that will take place in the next 8 years or so is that the movement will establish a number of so-called hubs. And the idea is that these hubs will help to make the Wikimedia movement more diversified and to ensure equity in decision-making. And it's important to note that no such hubs exist at this time. And the idea here is that we will start experimenting and see what these hubs could and should be doing and how they should be organized. Wikimedia Sverige, we're working on establishing a thematic hub around content partnerships in the coming years. And we want to do this in partnership with other Wikimedia organizations. And we want to, together with them, we want to provide a number of services to Wikimedia affiliates and volunteers across the world so they can establish more and better partnership with content owners. For example, we can talk about, bringing digitized content that will be scanned material from museums or universities to the Wikimedia platforms. And the main idea with the Content Partnership Hub is that there is an enormous amount of knowledge. I mean, there's information and knowledge that we want to gather from across the world, from across organizations, in the form of, for example, media files and data that will be super valuable to add to the Wikimedia platforms. And that our partner organizations, they hold the key to this. But we also know that the available capacities and capabilities, they are limiting what Wikimedia organizations and volunteers are able to do. For example, how do you form a strong partnership with an organization? How do you upload media or data or support the organizations themselves to do it? How do you make sure that material is added to Wikipedia articles and otherwise being reused? And these are all very difficult tasks. The Content Partnership Hub, we hope, will provide kind of organizational support and a bit of the missing infrastructure that is needed to make these partnerships more frequent and successful. The Wikimedia movement has a huge amount of experience working with partners, and the Content Partnership Hub will not be replacing work done by others. But instead, the intention is that it will be directed and answered to the needs of the Wikimedia, kind of filling the missing gaps, the missing puzzle pieces. And we believe that more collaboration and coordination between Wikimedia organizations can be achieved if we decide to invest in it, and that the hub can be a vehicle to do just that. We also believe that providing technical and other expertise and other type of support will allow more affiliates and volunteers in the movement to get started with content partnerships. For example, we could provide staff time from our developers to help a new Wikimedia user group upload images from a national museum that they've partnered with. So we want to try to help unique and valuable content from across the world to get online. Next slide, please. We already started a number of discussions. What type of support will be needed, what the hub could be working on, and we also conducted a needs assessment. And that intention here was not just to have discussions with the people we know, but actually reach out to people and learn from people from across the movement what kind of stuff they would need help with and what would be valuable for them to get support with. And we identified 5 areas where our team could make a valuable contribution with rather limited resources currently, and that we could be starting the work in the near future. So to give a couple of examples, this includes capacity building, where we try to find ways to support new staff and volunteers to kind of effectively work with content partnerships. For example, to provide better documentation on learning materials or to support a knowledge exchange. And later today, my colleague Josefin Hellroth-Larsson will give a presentation about an exchange program we're developing, which is called the Grand Tour of Wikimedia. So please listen into that presentation as well. We also need to see, how providing software that is actually working all the time and that can really lower the threshold for people. so that people that want to work on uploading media files or data can do that in an efficient way. And for this, software development is an important part of it. And we are supporting volunteers developers on their work, and we're also dedicating staff time to improve strategically important tools. Our colleague Sandra Falconer, she will be having a workshop later today as well, around lunch here at 12 o'clock, on what type of support is most valuable for volunteer developers that are creating and maintaining these important tools. Another example is international partnerships, that we have a lot of contacts within the UN agencies and other intergovernmental organizations. And these kind of organizations, they have data that is really of importance for across the world. And they have a global focus, and they want to have partnerships across the world with different local organizations. But there's a lot of work to form good relationships and partner with them and to make the content available onto the Wikimedia platform. And we think we can help with that. But today, we're going to focus on the help desk, and I will hand over to Eric to tell a little bit more in detail about that work. Thank you.
Thanks, John, and thanks for giving me the word. I will try to share slide and talk at the same time as I can. But just as John, I'm working for the Swedish Wikimedia chapter, Wikimedia Sverige, and I'm working a lot with the rest of the team for the Content Partnerships Hub. And one, I think, vital and important part of the hub, as John mentioned, is the help desk idea. And when we did the needs assessment that John mentioned, a lot of Wikimedians reached out and requested to get practical help. Practical help, for example, when it comes to making content from partners available on the Wikimedia platforms. And as a solution to this request for practical help, we decided to develop and launch a help desk. And the idea behind the help desk, I'd say, is to be a relatively reactive support function. There's a need from someone in the movement, an affiliate or a volunteer, and the help desk team can provide the support that this affiliate or volunteer requests. And this support can be in pretty much any part of the journey, so to say. It can be, from the very early steps. How do you make advocacy for free licenses? How do you create partnerships with GLAM institutions or whatever it could be? But leading towards the end goal of making content available on the Wikimedia platforms through, for example, batch uploads and so on. And it is reactive in the sense that it will respond to the needs of the movement. It's not something that we decide and prioritize here from Sweden or from the Global Content Partnerships Hubs team, but it's an effort to try to involve the entire movement and build capacity and experience when it comes to working with content partnerships in the movement. I will elaborate a bit more on a few, I think, vital parts of the help desk that will make this possible, such as the expert committee later on. But first, I want to spend a few moments to discuss and give a few of the early ideas we have on how the help desk process will actually work. So, like a very important goal for us when we have been trying to develop the help desk function is to keep the barriers really low. It should be something that the experienced chapter that wants to have help with the batch upload can get help from, but also from underserved communities, underrepresented communities, and maybe especially, the ones that wouldn't be able to do this otherwise. So we're trying to find the best way for how to lower the barriers as much as possible. And later on, we will go over into more workshop mode and try to discuss together. And I would really love to hear feedback and ideas from you guys and how we can do this in the best possible way. But the very basic start of a help desk process would be to send an email to the help desk email. That is helpdesk@wikimedia.se, as you can see on the slide. We're also planning on starting monthly office hours for the help desk, where anyone who wants to get support but might find it hard to formulate the email in the best way or so on can come in and ask for help. And also when it comes to more practical questions. When a request has come in through the email, we will have an expert committee that I mentioned previously that will give an initial feedback. And we will also form working groups where we will invite all parts of the Wikimedia movement to try to help all the requests go in the right direction. And the working groups are still to be organized, but the idea is that they will consist of staff and volunteers that have expertise when it comes to exactly this kind of work. And I think that there's several areas where it's really important to involve all parts of the Wikimedia movement. When it comes to communication, like how do we reach out to all communities and inform that there's a help desk that can respond to their needs? Implementation, like how do we actually do the actual uploads, using the content, and so on and so on. Perhaps writing reports. How do we work in the best way to I don't know, decolonize knowledge, which is something I know that a lot of people are passionate about in the movement. How do we get more books to Wikisource, and so on. And I think that it would be really interesting to form working groups in several different areas to try to see how we can bring the help desk as far as possible. And I think that this is also an area where it's really interesting to look into how we can develop joint applications for funding. Now I mentioned the help desk and the working groups, but I also mentioned the expert committee, and I want to spend a few moments elaborating on the expert committee, because I think that's a really important part of the help desk. And we can also today announce that we have an expert committee up and running, which I think is really great. But the work of the help desk, as I mentioned, will be guided by an expert committee. And the committee is a committee of international GLAM experts that help us prioritize, overview the request and develop guidelines for how to prioritize the work. And why did we choose to have an expert committee for the help desk? I think in a very basic sense, it answers to the question how the help desk should prioritize between different requests. And when we have tried to develop the help desk concept, it has been really important for us that it's a global service for the global movement and not only influenced by the minds of a few Northerners. So the expert committee is a committee of experienced Wikimedians who have done work with content partnerships or GLAM institutions, and that have innovative ideas when it comes to supporting the movements around content partnerships. We have also developed a portal for the Content Partnerships Hub on Meta, and there's also a concept paper for the expert committee and how it works on the portal. So if you want to dig into the details, I'd welcome you to go there. But with the help desk process and the expert committee, I think we have most things in order to slowly start to do the work. And with this, I'd also like to show you the faces of the great volunteers in the expert committee. Subhashish Panigrai, Patricia Diaz, May Hashem, Abbas Mahmoud, Nasima Shaboon, Bodhisattva Mandal, Susana Ones, and Eder Porto. A great group of diverse people from across the Wikimedia movement that come in with different backgrounds and different experiences, but all innovative ideas on how to develop the help desk in the best way and how to prioritize between the different requests. And we have also actually had the first pilot request to the help desk that we have started to work on and find the best way to handle. So with this in mind, my idea is that we go over to some workshopping parts, but maybe I see that there's 2 questions already in the chat. Should we save all questions for later, looking at John and Josephine, or should we try to go into them or respond to them in the chat?
Maybe we can try to answer them as in the document as well, or if you have a few minutes, and then we can round up.
Great. Yeah. So if you have questions, save them for the chat, and we'll try to do all of them, either respond to them in the chat or take them at the end, and then go over to actually do some workshopping. And with that, I hand over to you, Josephine.
Thank you very much. And we want to there we go. We want to divide you into 2 groups now, and that comes from where you see that your knowledge or your understanding or your role in the movement is. So one group will focus on you that want support, want to get support from the help desk. And the other group is if you have capacity, etc., to give support through the help desk. Because, yeah, as we've heard, we or the expert committee won't do the actual help, because that's also spread out through the movement. So we will, I will share the link to the Etherpad again, and this will be used as documentation, because if you scroll down there, you will see questions for discussion. And group room 1, that is if you want to get support, thoughts on how you can make use of the help desk. And there, 2 questions will be discussed. The first one is the draft process, and if that would work for you or how it could be improved. And the second question is, how do we make it easy for you to understand what help or support you can receive? And also, how do we communicate? Those are linked, of course, but also to reach underrepresented groups or new people. So how can other people that isn't in the core or get updates today, how will they be reached through the help desk? In the second group, group number 2, there will be discussions on how to contribute to the help desk. And then the first question is, in what way do you think your organization could support the help desk? What experiences, competences, and resources do you have that could help affiliates or volunteers that would like to develop partnerships and where media and or data can be shared on our platforms? And the second question is, what would you need to be able to participate in the help desk? For example, formal agreements, funding, staff time, a peer network, project management, and there you can specify if it's a need to have or a nice to have. So group number 1, you will be able to join if you want to make use of the help desk, and group number 2, if you will contribute to the help desk. So then I would need some help to start 2 breakout rooms, and I see that we already have them. Great, thank you, Joel. So room 1 is group 1, and there Erik will be to guide you through those questions, and myself as well. And in room 2, John will lead the discussions. So if you open breakout rooms at the lower part of the Zoom window, you can be able to join room 1 or room 2. And I encourage you to do that right now. So please join where you think you're suited to be. Yes, we are coming back after the breakout, 5 minutes before closing. So please take part in whichever breakout room you would like to attend. Room 1 is if you would like to receive help from the help desk, and room 2 is if you would like to give help through the help desk. I see there are a lot of people still in this space, but please join. Yes, room 1 is give help, and room 2, room 1 is if you want to receive help, and room 2 is if you will contribute. So if you feel like you want to start a partnership, but you don't really know how to, or if you have a partner with lots of data and you need help in helping them upload them, then you go to, or other things like that, then you go to room 1. And if you have a lot of experience in partnerships or data uploads or strategic data, and would like to share that knowledge with other partners, then you go to room 2. Great. So I see there are still quite a lot of people in this main space. You can open the breakout rooms in the lower part of the Zoom window, and then you can join. Breakout room 1 is if you would like to make use of the help desk, and room 2 is if you would like to contribute through the help desk. So we are currently into breakout sessions where we discuss the help desk concerning content partnerships. So if you would like to join in a content partnership or have experience in content partnerships, we have 2 different rooms for you. And now we will also distribute you through these to these different rooms. Room 1 is if you would like to get help from the help desk, and room 2 is if you already have experience and would like to share them through the help desk. So we are placing you in different rooms right now so that at least you can listen into those discussions. So we will divide you into different breakout rooms where you can join and accept the invitation to join. Because we won't be talking here in the main space for 10 more minutes. And that's why we're inviting you to participate in the group discussions in the breakout rooms. And I will just briefly check into those groups now, just to see how the discussions are there, and I will be back shortly into this main space. a tool or an upcoming or an institution, one can say, where you can gain help in content partnerships. If you would like to cooperate with a partner around getting their content up to our platforms. And in group 1, Breakout Room 1, we are discussing if you would like to get help from the help desk. And in Breakout Room 2, we are discussing if you have experience or knowledge that can be shared through the help desk and how that can be made. So I encourage you to join one of the breakout rooms, either if you would like to receive help through the help desk, or if you would like to contribute to others wanting and needing the help through the help desk. Because we know there is a lot of experience in the movement that will be needed in this hub work that we are trying to establish, the content partnership hub. And I will just briefly check into one of the breakout rooms, and then I will be back here again as we will round up this session.
Recording stopped.
Hi everyone. We are currently divided into 2 breakout rooms where we are discussing the help desk, the content partnerships hub help desk. As Wikimedia Sverige is working on coordinating a service where you can get help or receive help to others. Concerning content partnerships.
Recording in progress.
So if you would like to establish a content partnership, working with someone you know that has images or movies or data that you would like to get up to our platforms, where you can get, then you can get help through the help desk in, for example, establishing a partnership or do the actual uploads or whatever help you might need, then the help desk will be there for you, and getting you in contact with other parties around the world that has that kind of knowledge and can help you. So that's what we're discussing in the 2 breakout rooms right now, how that help desk can be as good as possible for different kinds of users. And if you would like to see what is being discussed, then you can take a look in the Etherpad notes. So I'm posting them there again. And we are just about to get everyone back, so we can close the breakout rooms now, so that everyone will come back to this main space. Great. So we will be welcoming people back. There we go. People returning from the breakout rooms. I guess people are discussing things still, but we hope they will. Yeah, now they're closed. 35 seconds and counting. Soon they won't have a choice, but we'll have to return. I listened into both of the breakout rooms, and there were interesting talks and discussions in both of them regarding the help desk. Great, now the last group is thrown back into this main space as well. Thank you very much for your all of your comments and questions, and we will definitely look into this. Erik, would you like to say a few final words, or John, who's also back now, I see?
You want to say the final words, John?
Yeah, thank you all for coming today and joining the discussion. In our group, we had a wonderful discussion going, and we were this broke up way too early. I would have loved to continue the conversation for another half an hour, getting everybody the opportunity to suggest their thoughts and ideas. So, but for the ones that didn't have the time to talk, please add your thoughts into documents. If you have other people they think should, might have good ideas or things that they want to share, please share this note document and ask them to answer the questions asynchronously if that's possible. And I see questions in the chat here. Perhaps arrange another session after Wikimania. Absolutely. That is definitely part of the next steps here, both to around what the working groups will be doing and how they will be structured, because we're still in the kind of conceptualizing phase of that. We have the expert committee up and running, but now we want more people to join the work when we have a kind of a better understanding how much it actually takes, because we've done the kind of first test run now with the first request, and so we know what we're going to be asking all of you to join. So that's kind of the next step. Eric, do you want to add something to that?
No, I think that's a good summary. And as I mentioned in the very brief presentation, the help desk is up and running. We have done the first kind of pilot case. So please feel free to reach out if you have requests that you want to have support with, or if you know other people, help spread the word. We will do a lot of more and more communication, but it would be really great to have your help. And if you have any questions or want to have continued meetings and conversations with us, feel free to reach out either at helpdesk@wikimedia.se or to John or me or Josephine directly.
And if you have something you want help with now already, even though the working groups are not up and running, we have dedicated, staff time for Wikimedia Sweden staff. So we are available to help already now. If there's something that you think we could have some insights or help with some practicalities that you feel, would be valuable to get support around. So don't hesitate. Don't wait for all the working groups to be up and running. We want to get this started. We want to try and do some trial and error already now. So that's happening in parallel. So please reach out to us. Thank you.
Today, we've chosen to take you on a trip down memory lane in the old creeks of Dera, and we're going to be introducing you to some of the best literary talents we have in the country. The setting for our Abra ride is a historical trade route, and we've chosen it as a tribute to the Wikipedia principles of free flow of information, the power of community, and sustainable development. Let's go. Today, and just for you, we're taking a boat into the Dubai Creek, which is the heart and soul of the city, with three of Dubai's favorite poets and performers. First up, we have Dr. Afratic. Dr. Afra is an Emirati scholar and poet. She has completed her PhD in media and creative industries at UAE University. Dr. Afra also has a master's degree in diplomacy and has been published in international journals. Her research focuses on mapping the Arab literary sphere, education, literacy, social media effects, and collective memory. She's won numerous awards, and her poetry has been featured on stages around the world. Her art explores a broad range of topics which include heritage, culture, identity, legacy, self-acceptance, grief, and almost everything in between. She writes and performs a blend of English, Arabic, and French. She's a founding member of Untitled Chapters, a community of Emirati women writers. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Afra.
صباح الخير من دار الحي. I'm so excited to be sharing these poems with you today. This first poem is a poem that answers the question that I get asked a lot, which is, why do you do what you do? I once walked into a classroom to teach a workshop. And as I looked at the charming faces of the entire second grade, I mustered all of my enthusiasm and I said, I'm a poet. To which one of the children replied, wow, you have the most boring job. I said, I am a poet. And it is my job to take words, fold them into tiny paper airplanes, send them off into the world and hope they get where they need to go. This is what we do, unapologetically. We write stories, songs, and poems, turn everyday objects into extraordinary. How wondrous it is to see cardboard tubes and imagine them into spyglasses, blue sea swishing in the distance. How wonderful it must be to have words dancing across stories, to know that page is not blank. It is a canvas with outstretched arms waiting to hug its next ideas to dissect and reconstruct our world. Because reason tells us that only impact is measurable. Where there is impact, the energy of an object is converted to work. This is about putting words to work, because if we have learned anything, it is that collectively we can rise, skip through stars like they were pebbles on a quiet river. You and me and us and we have the power of stories within us, but maybe I'm just optimistic. outside of the box. فإذا تكون خارج المألوف وتعيش بدون قيود الصندوق ستجد أن هناك قصة تعيش بداخلنا على خط رفيع بين واقع تجاربنا وأبعد آمالنا، قصة نغير مجراها بالخيال والفكر لتكون وأكون ونكون، لنقرأ ونتخيل ونتأمل مستقبل أحسن، أفضل، أجمل وليس أسهل. So read stories, write poems, put your words to work, because here lies a story and a poem and a once upon a time. They do not sing or rhyme, and they will not become unless you make it so. So if you do nothing else, make it so. Okay. The next poem I want to share with you is a poem that I love because it's about loving who you are. And it was born of the prompt, imagine you turn out to be the love of your life. Under the gilded chambers of your heart, marveling at everywhere it's been, I wonder if there is room for me. I stand in amazement at the doors. Though they are closed, they're breathtaking. Carved and painted gold veins like delicate flower-filled trellises, winding wisdom woven into the fibers. Despite the rumors and lack of welcome mat, I stand in the doorway with a pie in one hand, because I know better than to show up at your home empty-handed. I'm terrified. I wonder if you will like me because, like me, you are skeptical of literally everyone. A dull ache, just present enough to tell you that no matter how many poems you write into existence, love is not something that is meant for you. I know, no matter how many times I try, you probably won't open the door. But if you do, I tell you, I left a piece of myself with the best clockmaker I know, so our existences can be stitched together at exactly the right moment, if only for a moment long enough for me to tell you, I bartered. To unbind you from your deadlines and meetings, the 6 alarms you set yourself every morning, all 3 minutes apart because you like odd numbers and even spaces, when the only thing you should be setting is music to this beat. So you can dance, like you would have danced at all the parties you weren't invited to. That 7th grade birthday party on a Thursday, pretending to be interested in your blue shoelaces because you were the only one who wasn't included, and who needs their party anyways? I'd show you that the northern lights are only a matchstick in the dark, and you are the entire horizon. If I could give you anything, I'd give you this basket full of everything you needed but never received. Closure. Assurance that you were on the right path, time, if only to see that nothing was ever really broken, time, if only to know how much it can do. I'd smash all the moments you thought you weren't good enough and mosaic them into a disco ball. Then I'd ask you to dance. I know you don't dance, but I'd ask you to dance, to create movement in the solitude you've called home. For too long we will waltz into the people we will be better for becoming. And yes, I know disco balls don't go with the waltz, but you have a flair for the dramatic and I have a wild streak. I know there are things you swore to never immortalize in your poems. A broken grandfather clock, a bruised bookshelf, a conversation in the hallway, the weight of grief. But someday, one day, we will tell this story about your gilded heart with the carved doors to the world, about how you opened the door and there it was, your face staring back at you, pie and gift basket in hand, endless staircases under your feet, and you will say, welcome home. We've been expecting you.
Thank you, Dr. Afra, for that brilliant performance, which just echoes this amazing atmosphere of the Dubai Creek. Up next, we have Danabelle Gutierrez. Danabelle is a multi-award-winning writer, actress, and photographer. She's the author of poetry books I Long to Be the River and Until the Dreams Come, and chapbooks Eventually, The River Surrenders, and Softer. Born in Las Piñas and raised in Cairo, Vienna, and Muscat, Danabelle now lives in Dubai and is currently working on her next book, Tears Across the Earth. We also have Arqam, born and raised in the UAE, with roots in Oman and Zanzibar. Arqam is a young Emirati soul singer trying to make a difference with music and conscious entrepreneurship. His music reflects the embodiment of the UAE, where the old values meet the new and progressive. A mix of old school soul and neo-soul beats, with lyrics rooted in positivity, introspection, love, and search for purpose. All this brought together with vocals that are reminiscent of Motown and the early soul movement. Please join me in welcoming Danabelle, and followed by Arkham.
Hi everyone, I will be reading 2 poems for you today. This first one is called Superstitions, which is a little hard to give an introduction to, so I'll let you just have the experience of it. Superstitions. From the soil I was raised, the elders believed in the powers under it. To counter usog, lick your finger and touch the stomach, the forehead, the feet. Else make an offering to the balete or the mound from which you failed to pay your respects. They say to grow longer hair, cut the ends, let the locks swim sa ilog, sa dagat, sa kanal. It doesn't really matter. Or it does, but who can say for sure? None of this is true. Whatever they told you, whoever they are, however inclined you are to believe in the significance of moles, points on a landscape that is your body or stars, if you like to believe you are the sky. On the face, meaning luck. On the side of nose, meaning grief. On the feet, meaning run. On the nape, meaning chaste. On palasinsingan, meaning no one has told me how to relinquish control, to surrender, to cover my lips with an abanico when I smile. They say do it. They do not say how, and I forgot even why. The blushing phantom will appear, alone at dusk in the damp dark green, its transparent wing latticed, fades pink, tempo on low or motionless, will fly fast if disturbed or hide. It reemerges out of habit. It happens. You get it. Alam ko na alam mo, I know more than anyone how this works. Uprooted only to find the channels are deeper, so instead, cut. Yet all the parts remain like a phantom limb. My brain rewires, reassesses all sensations of faith, felt or not felt. Like the violet flame from the hands of those who should love me, how they have set my life on fire, I phoenixed my way out, I had to. At mula sa abo, I still sweep dust inward, and never after sunset I still turn the lemon-colored plate when someone leaves at dinner time. Babangon pa rin ako before sunrise to meet the first sun. Even if I see nothing beyond my hand, I will hope for something to show up at dawn, at daybreak. An unkindness of ravens or a single one calling a new day in panibagong umaga, the clouds eating all of heaven in colors of the breakfast cereal aisle, or the painted eggs hidden in the santan bush. I am rebirthed daily, year after year. I wish only for light, ilaw at gaan. I take the glass and break it. Scars on my hands, more than I can count. Put my best Sunday dress on, all floral and flow. Throw salt over my left shoulder and stroll under the trees. Whether I believe it, I say, tabi-tabi po. Like they said, I thank the earth, the sand, and all that is under it for my feet. For forgiveness, I look up. Sa langit, haharap ako. To swallow the yellow yolk of the sun. This second poem is called Ode to the Love of My Life, and it is my love letter to Dubai, missing the city during the pandemic. I am jealous of American poets and their Big Apple love poems, sonnets to the streets and fire exits, romanticizing bagels and yellow taxis. Someone told me I would fit in New York. Like it's easy, like I could grow wings, like I've never been denied. Maybe another city would make me a better poet. a better lover. Perhaps I am devoted to you. Even when my mother told me to flee to ice, I planted my feet and grew hands. I miss you within a fortnight. I miss you even now while we are dust apart in this bed city large, how we are almost one, unable to be seen without the other. A year and a half later, in the garden, in my bedroom, jealous and seething of all the reckless love other people get to have with you. I wince at what they call you when you're not listening. They don't know you like I do. I am hanging on a branch, one side open, an apple hollowed out by wasps like a ballroom archway, with translucent walls shedding self and skin. There is no name for this love unowned, not belonging to each other, like saffron, tea in styrofoam cups, faces lit by the blue of the car stereo like whispering, prayers to lesser deities who never respond still. I make believe we're in cahoots, secret knockings at secret restaurants, floating down the creek for a dirham. Sunsets on the metro, fairy lights on the boulevard, 2-hour drives through mountains of stone and 7-colored sands, fruit stalls and carpets, how you would point to the camels on the highway, occasionally gazelles.
Hi, my name is Arqam. I'm an Emirati soul singer, and I'm gonna sing a few soul songs for you, some original songs for you. The first one's called Heavy. It was about the last 2 years that we all been going through some turmoil, and it's about hope at the end of the challenges we've been going through. It's called Heavy. Life's so heavy now. Everything, everyone, so brand new. Life's so heavy now. Everything, everyone, so brand new. I'm so damaged now. There's a weight on my shoulders bringing me down. There's a hole in my chest, pain with every breath bringing me down. You see, the world's gonna change in the blink of an eye. But I'm gonna get by, oh, you're gonna get by, we're gonna get by. 'Cause life's so heavy now. Everything is so brand new. Yes, life's so heavy now. Everything, everyone, so brand new. I'm much lighter now. See the weights on my shoulders, I'm building me up. I've got my head held high, and the world's gonna change in the blink of an eye. And I'm gonna get by, you gonna get by, yes, we're gonna get by. 'Cause life ain't so heavy now. Everything, everyone is just hope and you. We're all brand new. Life ain't so heavy now. Everything is so brand new. I'm gonna make it by. I'm gonna make it by.
with you by my side. Cause life ain't so heavy now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next song is called Towards the Light. It's a song to remind us that we all stardust and that one day we'll return to the stars. It goes a bit like this. Did time ever tell you, or did it pass you by? Hold on to those you love, you'll eventually know why. Did I ever wound you? Well, I apologize. I've been broken all my life, didn't even realize. Did darkness ever call you, seep into your life? When there's salvation, baby, just look towards the light, towards the light, towards the light, towards the light, towards the light. Well, hey. Watch out now, watch out now. Did anger ever consume you? Well, it's born from a grave. You see, your choices are what made you. You know that's a fact. Did kindness ever beg you? But you're so hardened by the world, you washed her hand away. Only to raise when you're safe. Didn't hate ever taunt you, break you, make you cry. Well, dry your eyes, my brother. See, love will never die, never die. Towards the light, towards the light, towards the light, towards the light. Come on now. Yes, I'm floating down.
And there we have it, poetry in motion. It's been such a pleasure sharing this boat ride with all of you and with our performers, Dr. Afra, Danabelle, and Arkham. Thank you and goodbye.
Superstitions. From the soil I was raised, the elders believed in the powers under it. To counter usog, lick your finger and touch the stomach, the forehead, the feet. Else, make an offering to the balete or the mound from which you failed to pay your respects. Whether I believe it, I say tabi tabi po, like they said. Like they said, I thank the earth, the sand, and all that is under it for my feet. For forgiveness, I look up. Sa langit, haharap ako to swallow the yellow yolk of the sun.
Hello from the Wikimedians of UAE user group. We are delighted to take part in Wikimania 2022. And later this year, in October, we will be hosting the very first Wiki Arabia conference in the region, right here in Dubai, which we hope some of you will be able to attend in person.
team. We're a relatively new team, and I wanted to share some information on the sort of direction that we're going in with our team and the work that we have been doing and are thinking about doing, and kind of just have a bit of a discussion about your thoughts on that, your feedback, your input, try and help guide this work from your experiences. So this is going to be a fairly interactive session. So if you're in Feedloop or YouTube, please join through to Zoom on Feedloop if you want to participate. I'll try and also look at Feedloop chat and like the Etherpad and stuff, but I think if you're in Zoom, that's going to be ideal. So the title of the talk was about improving mobile web for experienced editors. The sort of more specific lens that we're working through is talking about content moderators. And so let me just quickly tell you what I mean by that. So for us, oh, thanks, Andrew. Yes, I will try to speak slower. So for us, content moderation means processes which review, report, or make changes to the contributions of other editors. So that might mean processes like patrolling recent changes, reporting bad articles, using admin tools, undoing edits. This isn't just limited to administrators. If I say moderators, I do also just mean active editors that are kind of doing things beyond just writing article content. I want to make it clear that to some extent, all editors are moderators. You know, most Wikimedia contributions are building on the work of others. And so to some extent, when I'm talking about more moderators or helping moderators, I'm also just talking about helping editors as a whole. So earlier in the year, we published some user research. We spoke to a few dozen editors across a bunch of different Wikimedia projects, and we published this report called Content Moderation in Medium-Sized Wikimedia Projects. So we hear a lot, I think, from the biggest Wikimedia communities about their problems in terms of content moderation. And we wanted to make sure that we were also thinking about how these sort of slightly smaller communities that are still needing to do a lot of content moderation work, try and figure out how they were experiencing that and what problems they had, so that we as a product team could sort of figure out some ways of helping there. We focused that research in the Tamil Wikipedia and Ukrainian Wikipedia communities, but as I say, we did speak to editors from a wide variety of places, as well as reading a bunch of previous research and requests and that sort of thing. And the main thing that we learned was that the mobile web was pretty bad for content moderation. So we have this project page on MediaWiki that you could go and check out. We basically decided that, or we observed that as we were speaking to all of these content moderators and active editors, they were either saying, I don't want to use mobile web because it kind of sucks, or I can't do the things that I want to do on it. Or if I do use my mobile phone, I sort of switch to desktop mode and I pinch and zoom through the sort of desktop skin. And that, you know, that as I'm also an active editor on English Wikipedia, so that didn't come as a surprise to me. I almost exclusively edit on desktop. But I think it speaks to an area that we're really sort of missing in terms of our focus, because something like half of our page views to Wikimedia projects are on mobile. And there are a pretty wide range of communities where as many as 40, 50, 60% of editors are primarily editing from a mobile device. And if they're getting frustrated, if they're not being able to do the things that they want to do, then, you know, we're missing something in the sort of experience for them that we can hopefully improve. So I'm going to get to a point in a minute where we can sort of chat about this a little bit, but I just want to quickly explain some of the work we've already done over the past 3 to 6 months or so. The first project we picked was a fairly small one. There's this sort of overflow menu on mobile web. When you're on a page, there's obviously an edit button, a history button, the watch list button, but there's some other functionality that sort of gets hidden away behind this drop-down menu. It includes things like moving the page information, linking to the Wikidata item. It also includes administrator tools like protecting the page. And while that was already implemented, the only way you could get to it was by turning on the advanced mobile contribution setting. And so we thought that maybe wasn't ideal, and there might be a way to bring that to all editors so that they have access to those sorts of features like moving a page without having to go and find some setting that isn't hugely intuitive. And so we made some improvements to that menu. We added the block user button if you're an administrator and you're on a user page. And we also did some research with newer editors and found that that menu wasn't very confusing to them. It was kind of understandable. And so we decided to roll that out to all editors. So now if you're a logged in editor, you have a user account, then you should see that drop-down menu on every page now. The second thing we've been working on is preferences. At the moment on mobile web, there is no link to user preferences, which kind of surprised me when I realized this. You can open the search bar and type special preferences and then go through to the page, but that's obviously very unintuitive if you don't know that page already exists. And that's obviously a super critical page for editors. It includes functionality like changing your password, changing your email address, updating your notification settings, turning off banners. And so we thought that even though maybe it isn't specifically a moderation feature, that seemed pretty high priority to us. And so we're currently working on a new design for that page, and then we're going to make sure that it's linked in the interface so that users can kind of access that page and take a look at it. So I've seen at least 1 or 2 questions in chat already, and I just want to kind of open up for a maybe quick 10-minute discussion on mobile web in general. I don't know if you want to put this in Zoom chat or in Feedloop chat, but maybe raise your hand or something if you try to use mobile devices to edit on a regular basis. And then I'd love to hear what your experiences are. What problems do you face? You can feel free to either put that in chat or unmute if you're on Zoom. I do see there's one question already about whether we include blocking users in the scope of our team. And I would say not specifically. There are other product teams at the foundation like anti-harassment tools and trust and safety tools that kind of spend more time thinking about blocking users. We did end up adding block user to that drop-down menu because it was missing. But I think any further than that, we're unlikely to sort of make changes to how users get blocked. So that aside, feel free to unmute or stick in chat if you have thoughts about your experiences of using mobile web at all. So I see in chat, Abdul says, I use mobile devices to edit. I'm curious, what kind of edits do you make? Are they sort of big edits? Are they small edits? Are there typical activities you do on mobile that you don't do on desktop? Renvoy, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Sam. Yeah, nice to hear from you. Yeah, generally, as a more experienced sort of user, of course, there are some times when you have sort of don't have access to your computer, and edit from a mobile phone is sort of very necessary. But yeah, it's generally nice to see. Sometimes, yeah, for example, on our Discord server on Ukrainian Wikipedia, we have this user that only edits from mobile phone. He's kind of a new user, so all the time we hear some like sort of arguments why is this there, not there, something like that. So yeah, it's kind of it's important to get sort of this perspective of a new user maybe, and yeah, it may not be very obvious sometimes, but yeah, generally yeah, we need to making any improvements, I think, in mobile devices, yeah, is nice work. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for sharing. Abdul Rafi, do you want to speak?
Hello.
Hi, Butch, go ahead.
Okay, I posted my question on the chat. Actually, this is an ongoing issue that I've encountered, sir. This graph chart I already made about 1,000 articles using this template, and I cannot. I'm not comfortable undoing this. I'm using this graph chart, and it's visible on the mobile browser, but on this Wikipedia app, it's not visible, so charts can't be seen there.
Gotcha. That's good to know. Yeah, and so this is an important point, is that the scope of our team is to think about mobile web, so through a browser. The apps are kind of distinct, and there are other foundation teams that work on those. But I'll make sure to take that to them and see if there's not already a fabricated ticket or something that they could look at. I'll make sure they know about that. I'm just scanning through. There's a whole bunch of comments on Zoom. Yeah, Michael, you mentioned that you don't enjoy editing from mobile because it is kind of limited in terms of functionality in the interface. I wonder what kind of functionality do you find is missing? What is it you're trying to do that you aren't able to do?
Yeah, like for example, handbooks, but when I try to switch into the editing mode, I seem to only have access to only the info box plus the intro, but the general article is not visible like on the device. Even when I try to change the orientation of the screen, still I seem not to really have the content, the entire content of the article displayed. And as well, the phone screen really is the interface is really small if you really want to do like reasonable editing on Wikipedia and any other projects or Wikidata. I believe it's the same thing because the phone screens are always small in size. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've seen discussion on that as well, that on mobile you can only edit sort of section by section. So if you hit that main edit pencil, it actually tries to get you to edit that like top section, and you can't edit the page as a whole. I think that's something we could definitely look into because yeah, I've also had that frustration when I tried to edit on mobile. Renvoy.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of find some, maybe at least one example of things that should be maybe looked into. That this user was sort of reporting to us. Yeah, it's interesting, but I don't really know how because I didn't really do it myself on mobile. But in fact, it is quite hard to find this sort of move from Wikipedia to Wikidata from mobile phone. Yeah, there was some mistake in sort of templates info box on the right side of the if you're on mobile, not maybe from the right side, but so user would try to sort of change that, and moving to Wikidata wasn't as easy as maybe should have been. Maybe not. So yeah, that's something to maybe think for. So yeah.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Youngjin?
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Oh yeah. So I'm Youngjin for Korea Wikipedia, by the way. So I have several experiences that share. I'm not sure it may be duplicate because I joined the session a little bit late. But yeah, so what I was feeling about personally about mobile web is like I can, as an administrator Korean Wikipedia, I cannot able to use like word control the administrative actions through the mobile. I know the editor side. I'm pretty sure other peers explained many concerns, but like the administration side, I know it is like the most major problem because, like, for example, if I want to protect or block, it is kind of like very messier interface so that I cannot able to using it, and I cannot able to using like somehow the desktop mode. So like the how I using the Wikipedia in mobile is like I just like to manually convert it to the desktop mode and using it that way because of the administrative action. I know Wikidata is another problem, but I know previous person already spoken, so I'm not gonna do repeat again. And yes, so the biggest problem also is the mobile interfaces basically just look like the reader's interface, and I don't feeling like that does not encouraging any people to edit, or like that does not giving throwing the message that you can able to editing or those things. So I thinking that's kind of important concept in order to get attract a mobile, especially because nowadays many people are using just only the mobile, not the desktop interface, to just like the surfing and the contribute over the browsers.
Yeah, I think those are great points, and it segues on great to what I'm about to speak to. I just want to speak to one question that Amir put in chat about the strategy or planning to have a responsive interface that is, not a separate website. At the moment we have this .m, and there's this very hard line between sort of mobile and desktop. I think that's a discussion that we should have, and our team is talking to the Reading Web team who are doing the desktop refresh work at the moment. We've been speaking to them quite a lot about this work, and I think that's something we're going to keep talking with them about. I think they'll be in the best place to work on this rather than our team. We have quite a small team. But yes, I would love to see that as well. I think it would make considerably more sense than this sort of hardline desktop versus mobile paradigm that we have at the moment. But okay, thanks for sharing all your input. I'm going to move on a little bit here and actually build a bit on what Youngjin just shared, which is the mobile interface is very much a reader-focused interface. I do personally agree with you there. And I think that's because that's what a lot of the work has been focused on in the past on mobile web. We've historically, at the foundation, been thinking primarily about readers when we've been making changes to the mobile site. I will say the Reading Web team did some great work on advanced mobile contributions a few years ago, but we kind of want to build on that and see if we can make this better for editors as well. So sort of one of the big questions that we have then is like, how can we increase the number of mobile first content moderators? If reading is good on mobile, and I think making your first edits is also pretty good on mobile. We have the growth team's structured tasks that you can kind of engage with. Finding the edit pencil I don't think is too difficult. But past that, how do you then become a member of the community and an active editor and a moderator? And that question is partly spurred on by some data we were looking at. So we pulled some data on desktop first editors and mobile first editors. So by that I mean editors who make more than 50% of their edits on desktop or mobile. First of all, you can see that there is a lot more active editors on desktop than mobile, which maybe is a concern in itself. If we have half of our page views being mobile readers, then I might personally expect that number to be higher for mobile. But even of those active mobile editors, they are much less likely to participate on talk pages, much less likely to participate in project namespace pages, much less likely to have an advanced user group like Patroller or Rollbacker, and almost no administrators primarily edit from a mobile device. And yes, these are numbers from all projects combined. So of the 3,200 odd administrators, 99% of them primarily edit from a desktop device. And that number really stood out to me. It really feels to me like if you're a mobile first editor, you should have something approaching an equal opportunity to become an administrator and be successful in your project and be able to help out in that way. But at the moment, almost zero almost zero administrators primarily edit from a mobile device. And if you look at mobile-only contributors, that last column, so that's 100% of edits on mobile web, then that's sort of even lower across the board. And so this is kind of one of the questions we have is like, we want to make mobile better for active editors, but we also want to think about, can we bring more editors through that pipeline from making their first edits to being an experienced active editor, patroller, administrator, in a way that can then support the community more broadly. So as I said, mobile first editors are much less likely to be moderators and administrators. And again, I want to spend 5 or 10 minutes just having a chat. What do you think the barriers are for new editors in terms of using those moderation tools on mobile? And when I say moderation tools, I mean things like reporting bad content that they see or undoing edits, patrolling. What do you think the biggest barriers are to those editors? And how can we help mobile users discover editing tools and discover moderation tools? And perhaps thinking about this in a way that isn't going to increase the amount of vandalism, for example, not making it too easy to just go through and make very rapid edits, for example. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Youngjin, I see you have a hand up. Was that from before, or do you have something to share on this?
It's before, but yes. But the only thing I can add for a point is like some user made gadgets are not like compatible or accessible via mobile. Like that's the point I can popping up. Yep, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, there's a comment in chat from Vera about it being hard to find out about tools when you're only familiar with the mobile experience. And I think that's a great point. I think sometimes when we, as experienced editors, when we think about it, we already know what tools are available. And so we might go looking for those tools that we're familiar with. But if you're a new editor and all you've done is make an edit, you haven't spent much time on the desktop site, you don't even know what tools are available to you. And so we definitely want to think about how to make that mobile experience inviting and sort of explanatory, set it up in a way that teaches you a bit about how all these tools work. There's a comment about how many mobile first editors are very active, i.e. 100 plus edits a month. I guess that's a group likely to become admins. Yeah, I think you're right. We haven't delved into that data any further than just looking at those active editors, but I would really like to speak to those very active mobile editors who aren't moderators or administrators and see what they think. A comment about having a Twinkle-like interface on mobile would go a long way. I think that's a great idea. That's something that we did look at when we were doing our user research. And I think even for desktop, some of the Twinkle functionality really is like very, very useful and very important. And I know that that's broadly an English Wikipedia only tool. I know that other communities have imported some of it or tried to import it. But yes, I would love to see that. And I think it would be especially useful for mobile. Okay, well, I'm going to move on from this slide. There's going to be some more opportunities to share your thoughts. Because I want to share with you sort of a theory that we have. And this is a fairly new theory, so I would love to please be critical of it and tell me what you think. But we have a theory about how new editors become active members of their Wikimedia projects. And it relates to 4 key pages. And these key pages I've been referring to as kind of revision navigation. They're the pages that help you navigate the edits that other users are making. Because we think that after an editor has made some of their first edits, after they have copy edited an article they are interested in, or they've done a structured task from the newcomer homepage, at the moment, I think they don't get then guidance on where to go from there. And we were sort of thinking about this, and we think that there are sort of 4 key pages where a new editor learns some really fundamental things about how Wikimedia projects work. And so these are the page history, which lets you see every edit that is made to a page. If you're a brand new editor, that might be a novel, interesting thing to you that, oh, I can look at the edits other people have made. Specifically, they can go through to user contributions and see every edit that an individual contributor has made. They can then, from those pages, go through to a diff and actually look at those individual edits. And then, of course, they can use their watch list to track edits to those pages. And so our theory is that those 4 pages are sort of core to graduating a user from they've made their first edits to they understand sort of how the wiki works a bit more broadly and how they can navigate those pages and see what other editors are doing, and then maybe engage in content moderation if they see the undo button or they find the recent changes feed, that sort of thing. And so we've been thinking then, and I'll show you some things on this in a minute, but we've been thinking then about, okay, if these 4 pages are important, then what are they like on mobile at the moment and how could we improve them? But first, I just want to give a couple of minutes. Do you agree with this idea that these 4 pages are sort of critical to becoming an active editor? Are there other pages or workflows that you think might be missing here? I'd love to hear your thoughts. So there's a comment in chat saying that when I give talks, I usually show recent changes first and then show how page history and user contributions are filtered. I think that's a great point. We haven't included recent changes here, but I can absolutely see how that is how that's a key element. When you say that you show recent changes first, is that brand new editors, people who haven't edited at all, or is that kind of to people who have started editing? And Darcy says these aren't the only. Oh, that scrolled. These aren't the only lists used for content moderation. Recent changes, clean up backlogs. Yeah, I completely agree. This definitely isn't everything that an editor needs to do content moderation. We're trying to focus really on the first steps that they can take after making their first edits, and making sure that those sort of key core components are good. Yeah, that's a great point, Amir, that recent changes is important, but doesn't scale well for very large wikis. I completely agree with that. That's something we found in our user research. When we spoke to contributors from the larger wikis, they said, I need filters for recent changes. I need ORES. I need, tools like Huggle for filtering edits. And then we went to small wikis. They said, recent changes is fine. I can see every edit that has happened to my wiki. If I filter for anonymous edits, I can see the last week all on one page. And so, yeah, I absolutely see that. Darcy asks, the newcomer portal on the user page seems to work really well. Is that on mobile? Yes, it is also on mobile. I actually think it might have been developed as kind of a mobile first experience and then brought to desktop even. And so mobile editors can get that new homepage. And I think we've been speaking to the team that develops that tool. I think there are opportunities for editors who have done some of those recommended edits, sort of take them then through to more content moderation or reviewing, patrolling sort of contributions. Because at the moment they're mostly sort of building on existing content. I'd love to think about what those sorts of contributions might be like. Nick comments that too much space is wasted on mobile, so it gets soul destroying to browse through more than a handful of recent edits. That's interesting. Yeah, a lot of white space is something we've noticed as well, and I think it's always a balance between and I think if any of you saw the talk earlier from the Reading Web team about the new vector desktop interface, it's sort of a similar issue. We want information density for experienced editors, but also we want it to be navigatable and sort of clear for people who aren't so experienced, and so it's constantly a trade-off. Cool. Well, thanks for all your input on this. I'm going to move on to the next topic, which is assuming that these 4 pages are pretty key. Where do we start as a team in terms of making improvements? And so the first step that we think is most important is improving the diff page. Really, all of these pages and all of these workflows come back to looking at an individual edit and seeing what changed. And in our view, the current diff page on mobile doesn't really support a new editor in understanding what is happening. The page hasn't changed for a very long time. It was designed a long time ago, as far as I understand it. And at the moment, it's missing some pretty key features and links. So the one that the communities have raised a lot is that undo is missing. You can thank a user for their edit, but you can't undo it. I know that some communities have a gadget that allows you to undo, but otherwise that button is just not there. You also can't get through to the page history. You can't get to a user's contributions very easily. Your watch list is a little bit hidden here. And so this really stood out to us as something that needs improvement. Michael points out that the diff also doesn't work with red-green colorblindness. Absolutely. Not only is that diff kind of a mess to parse, that was just someone copy editing a paragraph. If you're red-green colorblind, then that's actually really hard to figure out. On desktop, of course, we have that 2-column view and it's yellow and blue. And obviously the position helps left and right. But on mobile, that green and red is the only way that you can understand the difference between added and removed text. So just to be clear, this is the current state. This isn't our changes. This is what it looks like right now and what we think needs improving. Darcy asks, is the diff algorithm the same as used on desktop? It is different because on desktop you have a 2-column view. And so the algorithm only needs to show you what was removed over here and what was added over here. On mobile, the algorithm needs to put those things together. And as you can see from that example there, show you what was removed and also what was added right next to each other. And I think it could be improved a lot. I've seen other inline diff engines. There's a tool called Wikidiff, I think, which has, Wikied diff also uses inline. And it looks a lot better than this one because it breaks up less of the words. So you get more of a removed sentence and then more of an added sentence rather than being like every other word. So I think we can make a lot of improvements to that diff engine so that that's clearer to look at. And so having looked at this and sort of decided that this isn't great and we can make some improvements to this, we've started making some very early sketches. This is, absolutely version 0.001 of kind of our explorations here. This is very early days. But we made some very simple wireframes of what a new diff could look like on mobile. So some of the key things we were thinking about here is obviously getting rid of that red and green diff change and making it probably yellow and blue, given that that's how it is on desktop. But we could also introduce some more elements there, like crossing out the old text so that even if color blindness is an issue, you can still tell what was added and what was removed. Compacting some of the top of the diff so that you can see the diff more easily straight away. Making sure that there are links to the page history, to user contributions, and of course, making sure that there's an undo button. On the undo button, also, we were talking about the fact that if you undo an edit, and this is true on desktop and on mobile, it opens the full editor so that you can make a partial change, if you wanted to tweak the edit as part of undoing it. But we looked at some data and found that in the vast majority of cases, when someone tries to undo an edit, they undo the whole edit. Making a partial edit is pretty rare. And so we were thinking, especially on mobile, why not have it so that when you click undo, you can just edit your edit summary and then confirm the undo, right? You don't have to open the editor at any point, though you can if you want to. So this is just kind of an early exploration. We're not, we haven't tested this with anyone yet. I think you're more or less the first community members who are seeing this. And so I'd love to get your feedback on, what do you like or dislike about those sketches? How do you feel about the inline diffs? And what do you think about that undo process? What comes to mind for that? I see that Amir has an immediate thought that this is dangerous. Do you want to expand on that?
If I'm allowed to speak, there's a reason revert and undo are separate on desktop. Revert was much earlier. Revert was there when I joined in 2004. Undo appeared around 2007 or so. And it may or may not be the reason, but 2007 is also the time, if you check by data, when it became harder for new editors to join and stick. Maybe it's related, maybe not, but it happened more or less at the same time that the undo button appeared. So there is a theory that was one of the reasons it became harder to join Wikipedia. So this will essentially give the revert permission to everybody. So that's there should be some very careful thought dedicated to this.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I completely agree. I'm always wary about making it easier to do these sorts of things, because on the one hand, you have, as an experienced editor, you might think, yeah, I wanted to be able to do this as quick as possible. But making it too easy is also dangerous, because we know that the process of having your edit reverted is not a good one. When you get a templated message, when you get that notification that says your edit was reverted, you're much less likely to continue contributing. And so I completely agree. If we were to do something like this, we would want to both be doing a lot of user testing and also a lot of data monitoring to make sure that as we gradually tested it and rolled it out and A/B tested it, that we weren't seeing like a hugely negative effect there on retention. Mike, how do you add a custom edit summary in that, since the box is all filled with the automatic text? Yeah, that is a question that we'll have to answer. I mean, I think this would probably work potentially in the same way that it does at the moment, where I think maybe if you click into that box, the text could be left aligned, right? So you can add your comment at the end, like on desktop. That's something we'd have to explore. Like I say, these are very early initial explorations, and so those kinds of questions I think we'll get into if we move forward with this. There's a link in chat to a good gadget for partial reverts. That's really helpful. I will take a look at that. I think, like other product teams, we're often looking at gadgets and user scripts for inspiration. If editors are already fixing a problem themselves, then that's a good signal that we should consider that approach in the software by default. And so I want to just then open up a bit more broadly, given that we've got maybe 5 or 10 minutes left. Is there anything else you want to share with us about content moderation on mobile? Are there any tasks that sort of stand out to you as maybe well suited to mobile, or maybe things that are just too difficult to do on a phone that we almost shouldn't bother trying to make fit into a mobile screen size? Yeah, anything else that you think our team should be aware of? Fixing coordinates on nearby articles is a fun micro task. Yeah. Oh, and Youngjin, yeah, how this looks in a tablet is a great question, because I think we often forget about tablets. We think about mobile screen size, we think about desktop, and we forget that tablet uses the mobile skin, but obviously blown up a bit. So those will definitely, as we start making, better designs and more detailed designs, definitely tablet screen sizes will be a part of that. And yeah, Nick, making the link to switch from mobile to desktop more visible, that's an interesting one, because on the one hand, I agree that could be beneficial. On the other hand, I think ideally mobile would be good enough that you don't need to switch to desktop. We're actually currently implementing some data logging so that we can monitor where and when those clicks to desktop happen, because I think that'll help us figure out which mobile pages aren't working or don't have the functionality they should do. And so we'll be thinking a bit more about that button. And yeah, Michael, I've heard that link sometimes does not work. So that's something we'll also think about. Okay, so we have a few minutes left. There's just one final thing I wanted to say then. Quick comment. Yes, Darcy notes that even if mobile is good enough to never need to switch to desktop, users should always have preference. I agree. I'm not saying that we should get rid of that button at all. Certainly, you should always be able to switch if you need to. So if you want to stay up to date with the work we're doing and have more input in this, we have a page on MediaWiki. It's at Moderator Tools. There you can find links to the project pages for the work I talked about that we've already done, but also that we're planning to do. That work on diffs and revision navigation isn't quite up to date today, but I'm hoping to update it in the next couple of weeks to sort of have more of those wireframes and the things we're thinking about there. You can contact us directly. Probably the easiest way is to email me, but also you can find me around the wikis. We also have a newsletter, which is brand new. We haven't sent any issues of that out yet, but you can find that on MediaWiki at moderatortools/newsletter. Please go there and sign up either with your own user talk page or with a community venue that you think would be interested. And we're planning to send that out maybe once every few months, just with sort of updates on what we have done, what we're working on, and sort of where you can give us more input and give us more thoughts and feedback on what we're working on. So that's all I have. I appreciate everyone's input. I think this was a really interesting discussion. I'm going to go and copy the entire chat into a document and make sure that I have that available to me to read through again later. This was really helpful to our work. So thank you everyone for coming.
Start a little slide share. How does that look, everyone? Can't hear anyone in Jitsi at the moment. You guys are all muted. Excellent. Hello, everyone. I just want to get some feedback from everyone. If you folks can all hear me okay. Someone can unmute and tell me if I'm sounding okay to you. We did a check recently, a few minutes ago, and it sounded all great. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Scan. Great, then I'm going to begin. Today's event, so if you're wondering why I'm staring up at the screen, we're here in Cape Town at the Wikimania mini event in Cape Town, and I'm here with a panel of people. I feel I can swing my computer around briefly just to show you some of the folks that are with us here today. And on the other side, so we've got a literal roundtable today in addition to a digital roundtable to talk about copyright on Wikipedia. And I've also got a big screen up ahead of me, so I'm staring at myself, the screen above. I'm just going to ask if everyone can mute, please, so that I can speak. I see one person muted yet. Just that up. There we go. There we go. Welcome. Today we'll be talking about copyright in Wikipedia, how to use and navigate copyright in Wikipedia. I'm going to start off this presentation. Well, it's not a presentation, it's a roundtable discussion. I'm going to start us off today with a brief outline of copyright regulations in Wikipedia, how to navigate those, what some of these issues are. And then I'm going to give as much time as possible for some Q&A. Hopefully we'll have some legal experts. Well, we've got at least one copyright legal expert with us here today who can help answer these questions, any questions you might have about how to navigate copyright whilst editing Wikipedia, which is today's subject. So without further ado, let's begin. So I've chosen to divide up the major copyright issues affecting editing Wikipedia into basically 4 large categories. Really, the biggest one is how to navigate using multimedia, photographs, videos, etc. Because all the other ones kind of fall under that anyway. But for simplicity, I've started us off. I wanted to start off the discussion with talking about choosing a license. That's typically the first point of entry for most people when they engage with copyrighted material on Wikipedia. They're uploading their own creations, their own works of creativity, their own works of novelty onto Wikipedia. And when they do that, they have to select a copyright license. And I'll talk about the copyright licenses just now. I'll follow that up with a discussion about photographs. The biggest topic here when it comes to photographs is the issue around phenopanorama, but there are a lot of more practical issues. Phenopanorama is quite a very specific issue. In case you're wondering, phenopanorama is the right to take works of public artworks. So these most often include the facades of buildings and and uploading those to Wikipedia to use as illustrations to illustrate architectural features or notable buildings. So that's Freedom Panorama, but we'll also quickly talk about the contextuality of when you get copyright exemption for using which types of photographs. And that leads us quite neatly into the next topic, which is copyright expiration. Copyright doesn't last forever, thankfully, but the length of how long it lasts for differs from country to country. And we'll end off with the tricky issue of fair use, which is actually much trickier than many people think it is, because not everyone uses fair use. Cool. So when selecting a Creative Commons license, as you know, Wikimedia Commons will only accept multimedia or works, creative works that are uploaded with a public license or Creative Commons license. But Commons and Wikipedia cannot accept any Creative Commons license. There are basically only 3 that Commons will accept. There are complicated reasons for why there are only 3 of the 9 Creative Commons licenses available that Commons accepts. One of the more frustrating ones for me as an editor based in South Africa is that we don't accept non-commercial licenses. And that's largely because a lot of South African institutions, especially government institutions, do release content under a Creative Commons license, but under a non-commercial license, which means that essentially we can't use those. And it's quite a struggle to convince the government entities and public entities to switch from non-commercial to a more widely accepted license, such as share and share alike attribution, full text, or just basically just dropping them the non-attribution license. In terms of copyright terms around the world, I mentioned briefly how not everyone has the same length of term. Back in days of yore, many years ago, I believe it was before WIPO, the typical length was about 20 or 30 years. I'm talking very long time ago now. And more recently in the past, I think, Tobias, you can fill me in here. Is it like 50 or 40 years? Was it the 70s or 60s when they decided to extend, by treaty, extend copyright licenses around the world? And so in South Africa, 1886 was the fifth, but back, I thought it was in those days. Was that when they set it to 50 years? Okay, so it's actually much longer than I thought. But in South Africa, we got 50 years plus life of the author. Many other countries, you see the darker orange ones, those are 70 years, some are 60 years. I know Mexico is colored in that darker color, which indicates 100 years. I thought this map might be out of date, or maybe it's current, I'm not 100% sure, but my understanding was that Japan also had a 100-year plus life of the author copyright limitation, but please check me on that. Somalia? So Somalia's that's 30 years, I think. That's very young. I don't know why they got such a short length of copyright validity before expiration. But the long and the short of this is that if the copyright in the country in which the creative work was made is older than its date of expiration, like let's say United States, I think it's 70 years plus life of the author there, then you're free to upload it. The United States, it's actually quite easy to follow because they have a special day every year, 1st of January. Wikipedia celebrates 1st of January as this very special day in the year when copyrighted material from the term limit enters the public domain. And so it's every year now, sort of more and more material, especially from the 1920s, is now entering into public domain. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I want to sort of give us as much time as possible for Q&A. Freedom Panorama, I already briefly explained what that is. This is just a map of countries where Freedom Panorama exists. Freedom Panorama is something we want.
Yeah.
I'm just going to continue going. So free panorama is something we generally want because it gives us the right to take photographs of public works, use them on Wikipedia for illustrative purposes. Under a Creative Commons license, we don't have to ask for permission and go through the logistical difficulties of making that happen. As you can see, a lot of countries in the world don't allow for free panorama. Increasingly, more and more countries are allowing for it. I'm just going to ask if everyone can please mute themselves until we begin the Q&A. Thank you. Some countries you'll notice allow for free panorama in external areas only, so out in the open only, whereas other countries have a broader freedom of panorama copyright exception, which allow for photographs of interior spaces that are also public spaces. So think of train stations, for example, that are also covered by the freedom of panorama copyright exception. And then a brief update on what has been done in the Wikipedia community globally to try and make copyright law friendlier to Wikipedia and Wikipedia editing. I know of advocacy efforts in Australia, European Union, South Africa, I know the best because I'm involved in that, the United States, and in the World Intellectual Property Organization, their efforts to try and get membership there. And I can go into detail on any of those if you are interested in, but I'm also happy to open us up to questions on any of the other issues we addressed. And hopefully, we also have a legal representative from the Wikimedia Foundation joining us here today to also help answer the questions in a more expert fashion than myself. Thank you. Any questions? Let me open up the floor here. No problem. I'm going to stop screen sharing. Let's see here.
There's a question there.
Yes, I just missed it. Okay, what do the colors on the map mean? Butch asks. So let me quickly go back to that map. So there are two maps, Butch. The first map, this one here, the colors, so the yellows basically mean 50 years plus life of the author is the extent to which copyright will last in that country. So if your country is in yellow, that's 50 years plus life of the author. So basically after the death of the author, add another 50 years, copyright is now expired. And therefore it is entered in the public domain, you're free to use it. If it's in orange, it's 70 years, if I remember correctly. And then for some reason, the author of this map decided to color brown as 60 years. So I think Venezuela is colored there in brown, so that should be 60 years plus life of the author. And then the very dark color, which I believe Mexico is colored in, is 100 years plus life of the author. And Ian, in the room here with me today, he asked about Somalia, which is colored in green. And if I remember correctly, that is 30 years plus life of the author. Most countries in the world seem to have adopted the 70 years plus life of the author copyright limitation. The second map, red. So this is the map of freedom of panorama, where it exists and where it doesn't exist, and the extent to which freedom of panorama grants the copyright exception. Red indicates no freedom of panorama. So South Africa, where I'm in, doesn't have freedom of panorama. Philippines, for example, does not have freedom of panorama. Although South Africa, we were uncertain for a while about whether or not we did have freedom of panorama or not. We came to the conclusion that South Africa doesn't because the copyright law of 1978 is badly written. But our reading of it, much like in Sweden previously, is that really we don't. So we sort of err on the side of caution. Whereas many countries in the European Union do have freedom of panorama, including the Americas as well. Let's see if there are any other questions. Let's see. Oh, that's great. Thanks, Butch. So Butch is just saying that there are bills filed in the Philippines to include a freedom panorama exception. Oh, it's so Venezuela is indeed 60 years. Sorry? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Gan. Oh, I'm sorry about my line. Let me know if you missed anything, and I'll repeat it. My line might not be 100%. Please let me know if you've got any other copyright-related questions. I am happy to also go into some detail about the advocacy efforts, as well as into any of the more particular questions. I do quickly want to go into one thing in that Creative Commons, the Wikimedia Commons has got a pretty good article on how and when you can use photographs, particularly photographs on Commons and upload them to Commons, because there's a lot of contextuality when it comes to using, figuring out if a work is copyright exempt, especially in Wikipedia. Wikipedia, we tend to take the strictest possible interpretation of copyright law in your local country. So that does limit us a lot. But there are certain notable exceptions. Some of my more favorite exceptions are if it is a faithful reproduction of the original work. So if, for example, you take a photograph of a copyright expired or exempt work, let's say a painting, an old painting, where the copyright might have expired 100 years ago, and the photograph has no artistic merit, it is simply a faithful reproduction of that painting, the copyright would not apply to that, because copyright has to have some novelty or creative input into it to qualify for copyright. That is, interesting enough, that is why data cannot be copyrighted. Data is not covered by copyright law, because there's no novelty, there's no creativity in data. Data is a reflection of fact. So I know that there was a debate a while ago about whether, and it keeps on seeming to crop up, whether data is covered by copyright. It is not. It's covered by other areas of law. So yeah, in terms of the copyright exceptions for use in Wikipedia, I would suggest checking out the copyright rules by subject matter on Commons. It is a pretty complete article. And there's a similar, choosing a copyright license is another page I would also recommend on Commons. Oh yes, let me actually do that. I'll share the links with you all now. And then also gives you a little bit of extra time to ask me some questions. Copyright violations. Okay, so what about copyright? Someone's asking in the chat, what about copyright violations? That is, people are misusing content for Wikimedia project. Are there any plans to enforce Wikimedia Commons, etc. license? So on Wikipedia, so I'll first start off with this. Wikipedia tends to use, as most of us know, Wikipedia tends to use images based on Wikimedia Commons for display on Wikipedia. And in order to get images onto Commons, they have to be under Creative Commons license that is compatible with Wikimedia Commons, or they have to have no copyright connected to them, like the copyright is expired, right? There are exceptions to this, and that's the fair use exception, which I actually haven't talked yet about, very much about. And if you want to use something if you want to use something that has copyright on it, the only way around it in Wikipedia is uploading it to Wikipedia itself and under a fair use justification. And the fair use justification is necessarily quite strict. it basically says, and we tend to revert to American law. There's a quick disclaimer here in that not every country uses fair use. America largely invented the term, and more and more countries are now adopting it. Fair use is quite a flexible philosophy, legal philosophy, legal concept, which differs from the copyright regimes that other countries choose to use. So just because something might have a fair use justification in the United States doesn't always mean that you can use it on Wikipedia. So for example, in South Africa, where I'm based, we got fair dealing, which is slightly different from fair use. It's actually considerably different. Fair dealing basically says there's a list of exceptions, copyright exceptions, and if you're using the copyright material that's listed on this list of exceptions, then you're fine. You can use this material for basically the public good. If it's not on this list of exceptions, I'm sorry, you can't use it. Full copyright is applicable. Most people don't seem to be aware of this on Wikipedia. Most people seem to just revert to fair use automatically, and that's because copyright is complicated. Yes, okay, I'll get to that question just now. But there are also other regimes. I know that civil law treats it a bit differently. I'm not that familiar with how civil law treats copyright exceptions. My understanding is it's somewhat similar to the list system that fair dealing is based on. Is that so it's concrete lists, much like fair dealing. The advantage of fair use, and this is why we like fair use so much, other than we already adopt it and we already treat it, it's probably a bit incorrectly, but we already treat it as a kind of a universal catch-all and exception, because our servers are based in America. The advantage of fair use is that it's flexible. It's not based on the static list. And so that makes the law essentially future-proofed. I mean, like the example I like to give is that an entity like Google couldn't exist in a country that has a fair dealing or civil law copyright exemption system, a list-based system, because there's no way for the legislators to have foreseen the use of copyrighted material in the way that Google uses it for what they would argue is a public benefit case, right? And so when Google got started, they were sort of taken to court on copyright violation terms. The American court system found that actually that was not the way that Google was using copyrighted material wasn't a violation of copyright due to the way fair use works, and so Google could exist. Now that's not really relevant to us as Wikipedia editors, but it is a nice little example as to how future-proofing works and how flexible the fair use system is, which is sort of a bit of a better fit for us. But I think there are other folks. Jacob, yes. Jacob is a better person to answer, to sort of fill us in on those kind of details than I am. Yes, that's right, Jacob. Yeah, some countries have fair dealing, which is far more limited than fair use. Australia, I'm just going to cover one more question. In saying freedom of panorama, you are basing that on the, sorry, it's cut off there. Australia doesn't use the language of freedom of panorama, but does have some provisions which are similar. You should think we haven't, but sometimes this is disputed, which can be frustrating to our editors. Yeah, I can see that happens a lot in law, where a legal concept does actually exist, but it's not coined the same way it is in other parts of the world, thereby creating confusion. And so you do often need someone to read the law to answer, to give you a clear legal opinion about whether or not a copyright exemption exists that you might not be aware of in a certain country. Jacob, I want to know, I want to open up the floor to you and get any feedback from you on any of these questions and what I've said. Correct me where I'm wrong, fill me in where I've left blanks. in any aspects like that? Oh, okay. You can't go in the speaking version. That's unfortunate. Sorry about that. I could try and unmute you. Ask to unmute. Okay. In the meantime, are there any other questions on this issue of copyright? Because it's a very complicated term. I'm just going to add the one more link that I've got to add. It's a very complicated field of law. I'm not a legal expert. I've just sort of spent a lot of time advocating for copyright reform, especially in South Africa. But like I said, I'm not a legal expert. There are legal experts in this room who are encouraged to correct me and fill me in where I am wrong. Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, please do add thoughts in the chat in the meantime. And I'm also going to ask if anyone's got any other questions or feedback. And you're more than welcome to unmute yourself to join us.
You mentioned that more countries are adopting fair use. I see there's some activity in the Philippines, but there was a big backlash when South Africa started the process. So how is it going in different parts of the world? I also saw on your map that the European Union doesn't seem to have a consistent application either. So how are things going generally worldwide? Do you want to repeat it for people?
Sure. I don't know if everyone heard Ian's question. So Ian was asking, what is the status of copyright advocacy globally in different countries? European Union was one that he sort of wanted a bit of a focus on. I'm better placed to talk about the situation in South Africa. I can give a brief account in the European Union, but if Dimitar is in the room, he is by far the best person to ask that question to, because he directly deals with that. I'm gonna hope you can forgive me for dodging the European Union question, because I would be more comfortable if Dimi answers that. But in South Africa, we've made quite a lot of progress. We have managed to get freedom of panorama into the Copyright Amendment Bill, which has been passed by both Houses of Parliament. We've also managed to get freedom of panorama in to the Copyright Amendment Bill. And for the past 2 years now, we've been waiting, or a bit more than 2 years, about 3 years now, we've been waiting for the President of South Africa to enact the law. So the President has been sitting on the law for a long time now, which is actually a violation of the Constitution. And Blind South Africa took the presidency to court over this issue. But long story short, we've been successful, but we've been frustrated in that the law hasn't been enacted. But the good news is that those amendments cannot simply be undone, because both Houses of Parliament have passed them. And there's a big to and fro going on about sort of details within the law. Most of the focus tends to be on fair use versus fair dealing, the replacement of fair dealing with fair use. Okay, Jacob. Jacob's adding some thoughts here. So first, the term of freedom of panorama was actually somewhat coined by the movement. You won't find it in most statutes unless they're passed really recently. This is shorthand we have for various combinations that allow the right to take photography in public locations. The other thing I'd note from earlier is that many EU countries have varying terms based on the artistic quality of the work, which is totally different in the United States. That's true. Actually, I know Canada has got the same situation. So EU countries won't have fair use exceptions, but they have works that are not artistic that enter the public domain only 20 or 25 years, leading to a wider array of available works. Oh, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alice. That's very kind of you. So Nadia asks, I want to ask if it's allowed to use the links to copyrighted files uploaded on the Internet Archive. So, well, Internet Archive should have a section. I'm going to quickly check that. Internet Archive should have a section which lists the copyright of the work. My understanding of Internet Archive is that most, if not all, of the material there is in some way copyright exempt or Creative Commons. But don't take my word for that. Check the Internet Archive. Check the copyright license associated with each use of creative work that you want to use, and check that. And if the Internet Archive, if the copyright license on the Internet Archive, the relevant Internet Archive page or piece of work is compatible with Wikipedia, then you can use it. You can certainly link to it. I know of nothing on Wikipedia that says that you can't link to copyrighted works. So, because a link is just a line of text taking you to the relevant page, to another host, right? And it's the other host's responsibility to respect the copyrights of the user. I'm going to say this, some caution. Yeah, there we go. It's considered distinct. So Jacob is just clarifying, yes, linking is considered distinct and almost never violates copyright in the US. And that is my understanding of the world generally as well, because that's just text, right? It's not like you are putting on the copyright owners onto the Wikipedia servers or Wikipedia community. So Jacob goes on to explain the European Union a couple of years ago had a case where a magazine linked to a copyright violation and they knew they were doing it and were found to have violated copyright. So that's why I hesitated because I could think of some parts of the world where linking to a copyright material that is copyright violated can get you into trouble. So linking can be complicated. Wikipedia having servers based in America, and Jacob, this is where I'm going to need your expertise. There's a legal concept called safe harbor, and also Tobias, if you can also help me out here, which means that if it's on the Wikipedia servers, generally American law will apply because the servers are based in America. That's a really butchered explanation of safe harbor. But it does provide some copyright protection when it comes to Wikipedia. And I would appreciate some guidance here on safe harbor because it's not something I...
Safe harbor would typically only protect the internet service provider, not the actual user of the material.
Okay, so safe harbor protects the internet service provider, not the actual user. And just to clarify, would the internet service provider also include the person running the servers? Or does it just include the person providing the internet connection? So would it cover Wikipedia as well, or would it just cover your? Ah. So again, that's based on the definition of how a domestic service provider is defined within the country's law. So Jacob has said, with regards to safe harbor. Broadly, yes, Douglas, that is right. The foundation may get demands from a copyright owner listed in the transparency report as a DMCA request that we have to grant. It includes us running the servers so that the foundation is protected. Mike Peel asks, I can't hear what the other person is saying. Oh, sorry, Mike. Yeah, that was Tobias. He was speaking softly. I was trying to repeat him. And basically, just to repeat what Tobias was saying, he was saying that safe harbor only protects the internet service provider, and the definition of an internet service provider is dependent on domestic law. So that differs from country to country. Jacob adds, we don't get many DMCA demands. It's like 30 or 50 anyway, annually. and we grant less than half of that. Yes, there are a lot of spurious copyright requests, copyright takedown requests that the foundation receives, and I also want to add that some of the chapters receive. Certainly, Wikimedia South Africa, we received one or two legal letters in the past, demanding with takedown demands. So far, all of them have been spurious. It's mostly people engaging in copyright trolling or copyright censorship, and using spurious grounds, using spurious copyright arguments to engage in copyright censorship. So, for example, and this is often sort of a little bit of a segue. I don't want to go too far down this path because it takes us away from copyright. We sometimes get legal demands about defamation, for example, that someone has written something on Wikipedia that's defamatory, and we demand that it be taken down. All of the ones that we as a chapter have received so far have been spurious, and the same is with copyright. And copyright censorship is an interesting thing, which I suppose we can explore a little bit later. But it does exist. It's quite similar to patent trolling in a way. So Jacob adds, users who aren't in the United States should be more careful, though. An example, we've had a couple complaints where someone photographed a private house in the European Union. These photographs aren't copyright limited, and the foundation has no risk hosting them. But the photographer may be guilty of trespass locally and could owe a fine to the property owners. That's a very good point Jacob raises there. So Jacob actually raises there are a couple things in Jacob's example. So the first one are the privacy laws. So in South Africa, we also got quite strict privacy laws about, and that's a different area of law. It doesn't cover copyright, but you can be hit on sort of privacy law issues when photographing houses, for example. There's also freedom panorama issues, which he touched on there briefly as well. And there's different. There was one other one that just suddenly slipped my mind in Jacob's example about photographing houses. But the moral of the story is, when it comes to photographing in your country, it can be a bit of a minefield. Each country is different. Oh yes, this was the other one. Sweden, freedom of panorama in Sweden. So this is a great example of what Jacob was talking about. A couple of years ago, about 6 or 7 years ago, I think, the Swedish chapter will be able to correct me on this, the exact date. Case was brought against an individual in Sweden for photographing a fountain located in a public square. The fountain was owned by a museum. The photographer took the photograph, put it on Commons. The museum demanded it be taken down because the museum was making money selling calendars with the fountain printed on it. Wikimedia Sweden. So Sweden firstly has unclear or ambiguous laws regarding whether the concept of freedom panorama exists in the country or not. Case was brought against the photographer. Sweden decided to defend the photographer and cover the legal costs and damages. Went to court. Wikimedia Sweden very sadly lost the case. It did thankfully clarify the law in Sweden on this issue. But it does show that in different countries, there are different laws around, say, photographing public works. That was actually quite, there was a silver lining to Sweden's loss, in that we in Wikimedia South Africa, we could use that as an example about why we need a freedom of panorama exception in the law to clarify the law, because things like what happened in Sweden do happen. Jacob adds, so scanning probably doesn't do it. If the org hired a photographer or actually used the camera to photograph the public domain work, their photographer's version may be protected depending on the country. In the United States, probably not. In Germany, probably yes, off the top of my head. Although photos of public domain works are an example of non-artistic photos that fall in the public domain after 20 years in Germany. So if you have a museum catalog from a German museum in 2022, you could probably use it. Mike Peel asks, I think that's an answer to my question. So changing the topic a little. Fair enough. Oh, yes, I saw, Mike, you asked a question before that about scam. Sorry, I'm going to ask if everyone can please just mute yourself. Thanks. Great. Let's see if there are any questions I have missed or answers I have missed. I think it's most of everyone.
There was one about advocacy.
Advocacy. Oh, let's go up.
Not you guys.
Oh, yes. Are there WMF materials for joint advocacy on copyright? That is a great question. So the Wikimedia Foundation does have a public policy office that's run by Jan Garlich. Jan is the person to contact about that. Let me quickly get Jan's details. Rather not do that quite so publicly there. You see my emails. Jan Gerlich. I'm going to put Jan's email. I'm sure he will not mind me sharing it here so that people can ask Jan for advocacy materials or questions around the Wikimedia Foundation's advocacy efforts on copyright. So that's Jan Gerlach, Wikimedia Foundation policy head. Great. Anyone else? Any other questions? Oh, yes. Dimi has also been very active in the EU copyright reforms. Absolutely, Jacob. That's right. I already mentioned Dimitar once, and he is definitely worth mentioning multiple times more. Dimi is super active when it comes to European Union issues on copyright. He is the person to ask about the advocacy efforts in that part of the world. And I'm quite happy to also share his details. I'm sure he won't mind that either. So Dimi is a good person to ask about the European Union stuff. Let me add that there. For European Union. Great. Any other questions on copyright? It's a very it's quite a difficult thing. I can say from experience, copyright is quite a difficult thing to advocate on or advocate. Well, I wouldn't say for. It's a very difficult subject to advocate about because it is a notoriously complicated area of law. Like I said, I'm no legal expert. I am a lay person when it comes to legal matters. I'm just very interested in copyright and I've become very involved in advocacy in it. But it is fascinating when you get into it. It also has a lot of immediate application in Wikipedia. And the one unique thing, I can say from experience, the one unique thing about Wikipedia editors and copyright is that we are one of the few groups that consistently have very deep and detailed experience of dealing with copyright issues. So we're quite unusual in the world of public benefit entities in that we are very passionate on this issue of copyright. because we often encounter copyright as a limitation to our ability to provide free knowledge, create great Wikipedia articles, and that is quite a mobilizing sort of force within our movement on this one issue of copyright. I know that a lot of copyright lawyers sort of go, "Oh, Butch, yes, please do speak, Butch."
Actually, this forum is really informative and as well as educational. I hope that we should not stop doing this because this is hopefully we could have another forum probably in the next few months or weeks and continue discussing about copyright because each and every Wikimedian actually is compelled to know copyright because of involvement in commons uploading and interaction with other Wikimedians, and it end up other Wikimedians suddenly getting frustrated on uploading anymore on commons because they thought that people are trolled by random Wikimedians on copyright concerns.
Great, thank you, Butch. That's great to know. How are things going in the Philippines? Out of curiosity, I believe that you're quite involved in that part of the world.
Yeah, actually, I placed on the Etherpad the two new legislation that were passed. Actually, we're almost on the finish line when we're doing this advocacy work. Actually, it's not through an affiliate, but purely volunteers. Jacob knows this. Unfortunately, we didn't gone through because there was an election last May. So we went to another set of congressmen again. So we're back to square one. But we're hoping that we could have some way for any community member or at least the foundation to give us capacity building on how we would do lobbying process with legislators, because we're not actually lawyers, and but we're advocating for freedom of panorama. And good thing that there are already two members of Congress who filed bills to include the panorama provision. And when actually the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines explained to us that this provision that was added on the bill actually copied from the copyright law of Australia. So, so I don't know if it is copyright per se, but it's at least there's a good step already going here. But of course, voting in Congress is a numbers game. So we need more congressmen to support this bill. These two bills, actually. I place it on the Etherpad. What are those two bills?
Thank you, Butch, and good luck to you. I've also heard about the advocacy efforts in Australia. I know that in South Africa, we also look to what's going on in Australia with quite a bit of interest, sort of policymakers. Interestingly enough, I've also heard that the Australian policymakers are looking at South Africa, and that's because Australia and South Africa have got very similar legal systems and very similar legal origins, especially when it comes to copyright law. We both got a copyright law based in British copyright law. And so reforms in one country are sort of seen as very similar to efforts to reform another country like it. They'll have similar legal repercussions.
Yeah, actually, for the Philippines, we did it. Our copyright laws is actually copied from the United States. So, a lot of landmines that we encounter when we're uploading work. So, good thing that there are volunteers who write to the IP office in the Philippines proposing changes to the law, and good thing that the IP office actually in the Philippines is supporting our advocacy efforts. it's up to the congressmen actually to listen to us.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw Mike's made a humorous comment. Did someone forget to copyright the copyright law so they couldn't be copied? Believe it or not, that is covered by. Yes, that's right. Actually, the law usually can't be copyrighted, as Jacob points out, which is quite humorous. I know of a project in South Africa that one of our partner organizations worked on about a year or two ago, where they were digitizing all of the government gazettes, so the government laws, right, what government is publishing, and they were digitizing that en masse, and that the copyright was just not something they needed to worry about because that's exempt from South African law. In Switzerland, there is a federal exception for copyright on law texts and things like minutes of meetings. Oh, interesting. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, they generally, governments are not very concerned about copyright and material. South African government, interestingly enough, I can't speak for all governments, when it comes to photographs, is very sensitive about their content being used for commercial purposes. I know that the American government and the Russian government actually just release as much of their content as possible under an open license to encourage public benefit use of their material. And that's something that we advocate for as well, certainly here in South Africa, that the South African government adopt that, a more open license, so that we can start using South African government photographs on Wikipedia. Because at the moment, the NC license, as I mentioned at the beginning, prevents us from doing that. So, way too many. So, just got another comment here. In Switzerland, there is a federal exception. Yep, that's right. Way too many Swiss on Wikimedia Commons misuse the template for this exception to upload other works by their government. Interesting. I can see that happening. Joseph adds, do we have data of country that observe this co-law, this copyright law? I don't know of any data sort of mapping how different governments regard their own copyright. That would be a good project actually to engage in to avoid confusion. Mapping differences in copyright law is something that we as a community, the Wikipedia community, would certainly benefit from greatly, because Wikipedia is a complicated issue and it's made exponentially more complicated by the fact that different countries have often very different laws when it comes to copyright, and mapping those differences would help clarify things, something that's already really complicated. So that's something I advocate for. I see that I think we are out of time, but I'm happy to go on and let people stay up, whoever's interested. But I do sort of want to let other people know that the rest of the Wikimania program is now going to proceed. But I will stay on and chat with anyone who wants to stay. Joseph asks, yeah.
Hello, my name is Anton. I am an editor on Ukrainian Wikipedia. I am programs coordinator at Wikimedia Ukraine, and today I will talk about how Russia's war in Ukraine has impacted the Ukrainian Wikimedia community. So we will have a presentation. I will do a presentation with a general overview of the Russian war in Ukraine, for those who perhaps may not have followed it closely, but the bulk of my presentation will be devoted to the impact of the war on the Ukrainian wiki community. It will go for about 15 minutes, so not 10, but about 15 minutes. Then we will take a look at 4 pre-recorded videos from a few different Ukrainian Wikimedians who have been affected by the war, who have joined the army, have been volunteering, have been displaced by the war. Those videos were specifically recorded for Wikimania participants, and we will take a look at them. And then if you have any questions, there is some space at the end for that, and you will be able to and I will review the questions you can write in the feedback chat. But just as a reminder, there is some lag between. So it's better to write your questions beforehand, and I will review them at the end of the presentation. So let's start, and let's start with a brief background again, for people who might not have followed it closely. February the 24th of this year became perhaps the most memorable date for millions of Ukrainians, for the lives of millions of Ukrainians, including myself. It is the date when Russia started a military aggression against Ukraine, when Russia started its military invasion. It is not the first instance of Russian military aggression against Ukraine, but it is the beginning of the big war, which has upended the lives of all Ukrainians, and around a third of the population has been displaced, either within Ukraine or have been forced to flee the country. According to the estimates by the Ukrainian government, close to 30,000 people, 30,000 civilians were killed in the war, and an undisclosed number of Ukrainian military personnel. Ukraine's economy has been decimated by the war, but importantly, this war has had a global impact as well. So, for example, just as one example, the blockade has been threatening global food security with effects in many countries in Africa and elsewhere. But again, I want to talk not so much about the war itself, as more about the impact on the Wikimedian community in Ukraine, and like millions of other Ukrainians, dozens of volunteers from the Ukrainian wiki community have had to flee their homes to try to save themselves in the face of the war. Thankfully, many people have already been able to return, especially as the Kyiv region, as northern Ukraine, had been liberated, and myself included. I also was able to return to Kyiv. But still, many people are not able to return because, first of all, southern and eastern Ukraine is still either occupied or placed to active military action, and other parts of Ukraine, while safer, are still not fully safe, are still under the risk of constant missile attacks. There are multiple air raid sirens every day, so many people are not able to return, especially parents with young children. That concerns not only all Ukrainians, but also people from the Wikimedia community as well. Many people have joined the army and are now serving in various roles, in either in active combat or serving in various logistical and other supplementary roles in the army. At least one Wikimedian unfortunately died in combat, and among civilian Wikimedians, we have not been able to establish contact with at least one person from Mariupol, which has been the site of which has been the cities that perhaps suffered the most from the war, and we fear that something terrible might have happened to him, but we have not been able to establish contact. Here is a photo of Mykola Kravchenko, who is the Wikimedian who died in combat while defending the Kyiv region, defending Kyiv in early March. But apart from honoring him and other people, I also wanted to take a statistical look at the impact on the community in terms of numbers. And what we see is that at the beginning of the all-out war, user activity decreased sharply on Ukrainian Wikipedia. So we had a 40% decrease year over year in terms of user activity, because people were just not being able to have enough technical possibilities and enough time and enough opportunities to edit Wikipedia. Fortunately, the user activity has more or less bounced back as life became more stable for people, but still a lot of people are not able to fully return to volunteering in the Wikimedia ecosystem. It is a small sample, but in June, 2/3 of Wikimedia Ukraine members in a survey reported that their activity had decreased either considerably or somewhat since the all-out invasion, and the most widespread reasons, as you might have guessed, are a lack of time. So, for example, new volunteer or caretaking responsibilities. It's also technical inability, so literally no internet and no possibility to edit Wikipedia while in a bomb shelter. And also psychological stress has played a big role. Here is an example of Ukrainian Wikimedians meeting online during the war, trying to support themselves psychologically. And in terms of support, there has been a lot of support to community members affected, fortunately. And we've been working on that, and we are also really grateful to everyone who has joined. There's been financial support, food and hygiene packages sent to community members in need. Wikimedia Ukraine and the local community more broadly has been working on that. There's been a support with reallocation and accommodation outside Ukraine. Multiple affiliates from Europe and even from outside of Europe also have reached out and offered help, and multiple community members as well. It's been also really helpful, and we are grateful for that. And the Wikimedia Foundation, Wikimedia Ukraine, and many other organizations and people provided information support, useful materials, and so on. But outside of the impact on the community itself, I also wanted to take a look at the impact on Wikipedia readership, the impact of the war on Wikipedia readership. And here we see a complete opposite picture. Here we see that while the activity of Wikipedia volunteers has dropped because of the war, readership interest has grown, and it grew considerably because people have been in need of verified information. People have been in need of information in general, trying to understand how the war impacts their lives, trying to understand everything from different weapon systems to different societal phenomena. And April became the second highest month in the history of Ukrainian Wikipedia in terms of the number of user views of Wikipedia articles. And obviously, predictably, the topic of the war has been most popular. the article about Russia's invasion itself has gathered around 3 million views in less than half a year, which is an absolute record for Ukrainian Wikipedia. It's in Ukrainian, but here is a list of the most popular articles on Ukrainian Wikipedia during the war, and yes, it is the topics of the war are people have been really in need of information on the topic of the war, and they have been turning to Wikipedia to get it. There are hundreds and likely thousands of articles only on Ukrainian Wikipedia covering everything from major battles to war memes, and also, of course, it's only the Ukrainian edition I'm talking about. There is extensive coverage in other language editions as well. On Thursday, during the first day of Wikimania, we had a session devoted to the efforts of covering Ukrainian cultural heritage, which is under threat. The session called Glam in Crisis. You can go back and rewatch that. And also to briefly say that there was a thematic week, which later turned to a permanent project in Ukrainian Wikipedia to coordinate the efforts to cover the war, since there has been such a huge need by readers in reading about this topic. As I am wrapping up my presentation, here are some helpful links where you can learn more. So today I just I was talking about some general trends, but it is more instructive and more interesting to read personal stories of people who have been affected, and I sent a link to the Feedloop chat, and it is also in the second point of this slide, stories of Ukrainian Wikimedians during the war. You can open this link and read some personal stories. Most of them are available in English and have been published in the Signpost or on Div. There is also the general portal with helpful links devoted to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which you can check. And there are many sources providing general coverage of Ukraine in English, including the Kiev Independent, which is the largest English language outlet about Ukraine. And finally, how you can help. There are many ways to help Ukraine in its fight for democracy and freedom. The first option is just to speak out and voice your support on different levels. If you can donate money, that is also a good way to help. And there are many places where the money would be helpful. And also you can help improve the coverage of Ukraine on Wikipedia. So, for example, in February and March, we had Ukrainian Cultural Diplomacy Month on Wikipedia, which only accidentally coincided with the war, but which attracted a lot of attention, and thousands of articles about Ukrainian culture were created. But there is no limit, and there are still topics in need of coverage, so you can join and help us improve the coverage of Ukraine on Wikipedia on different language editions. And now we will take a look at a few videos from people who have recorded their greetings and their stories for Wikimania participants.
Hi, I'm Renway, and I'm editing Wikimedia projects for 8 years now, mainly focusing on Ukrainian wikis and cross-wiki patrolling. Despite not living in Ukraine for a couple of years now, a war in my home country massively influenced my work on Wikimedia projects. For example, right after Russian invasion, I was quickly appointed as temporary admin on Ukrainian Wikipedia, as some of our administrators were either drawn to army or had to escape the war. Also happened to be awake early in the morning on 24th of February, I created the article on Russian invasion on Ukrainian Wikipedia. Only in nightmares could I imagine creating a page on war that was declared against my country. Also, I was Wikimedia Ukraine employee at the time, responsible for Ukrainian Cultural Diplomacy Month, which suddenly became so much more important for whole Wikimedia community. In real life, I joined my fellow expatriates providing help for refugees from Ukraine and became part of some of informational campaigns. I want to thank Wikimedians from all around the globe for words and proposals of support that I received in the last 6 months. I hope we will find ourselves in a better world soon. But for now, take care.
Hi everyone, my name is Olga. I'm from Kyiv, Ukraine. I'm a press secretary and a board member at Wikimedia Ukraine. Since the beginning of the Russian full-scale invasion, I haven't edited any article at Wikipedia at all. I still cannot read books, but lately I started to watch some old soap operas, so hope I will be back soon. Of course, I'm involved in meetings with the other board members, organizational committee of Wiki Loves Monuments in Ukraine, do some communication activities with the Wikimedia Ukraine.com team. There was few good news lately. Odessa, city in the south of Ukraine, in English Wikipedia finally received its correct spelling with one S. And also Ukrainian Wikipedia catches up the Arabic Wikipedia. And I must say I'm very proud of all Ukrainian Wikipedians and actually for all wiki contributors who helped to cover the correct information about the war. I want to say thank you all for this. A few weeks after the full-scale invasion started, I moved to Germany with my 4-year-old son. I met many great people on my way, and I will be grateful for them forever. I want to say thanks to Romanians, Poles, Germans, people from the country that I crossed on my way, actually to all the people from different countries and representatives of different nations for your support and solidarity. My job connected to the help of people affected by the war in Ukraine now, and I'm glad that I have the opportunities to be helpful to my country and my compatriots right now in this hard time. Now I'm in Kyiv at my home. The air attack right system yesterday worked a few times a day, and today there were no sirens, but it's not the evening though. I come for a few weeks to meet my family, friends, and just visit some places in the capital of great people, in Kyiv. I wish all of you never feel the wartime, never heard the sirens, never made the hardest decisions in your life in one day. And my sincere condolences for those who have already experienced this on its own. Stay safe, contribute to wiki projects. Thank you all for your support, and let's spread the free knowledge and try to make this world a bit better place to live in.
Hello guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Oleg Andras, I'm Wikipedia editor. Also, I am PhD in political science, and now I serve in Armed Forces of Ukraine since February 2022. 1 year ago I took part in Wiki Loves Earth photo contest, and I won some of the prizes for this contest, and because I uploaded a lot of unique photos from the protest against the destruction of natural reserves in Ukraine. So I'm very proud of being involved in this photo contest 1 year ago. Now, after start of full-scale war in Ukraine, I served for 5 months in Armed Forces of Ukraine as an officer. Also, I would like to thank all the Wikipedia editors for the invitation to your event. Also, last 5 months, I took part not only in Russo-Ukrainian war, but in some other activities like creation of my fifth photo exhibition, which took place in Kiev in so-called Mala Opera. So this photo exhibition was devoted to the Russo-Ukrainian war and all that I've seen in this war. Also, I helped to transport and to move at least 40 stray cats from Kiev Zoo, from the shelter which is called Cat Town. I was one of the co-founders of NGO that helps stray cats in Kiev Zoo to survive and to find new home. So these cats in the middle of the war, in March of this year, were moved to Poland, and after then Centaurus and Go helped to find new homes for these cats. So this is my main activities last 5 months, and I hope Ukraine will win this war. I hope I will see all your friends in real life in 1 year in the next meeting of Wikipedia. So thanks a lot. See you.
Hi, my name is Irina. I am an art historian and a researcher, and in January I joined Wikimedia Ukraine as a project manager for the Wikilove's Earth International Photo Contest. So despite Russian troops gathering on the Ukrainian borders, I had quite exciting plans for my spring and summer. I was planning to go to Kharkiv to visit my mother who moved there last year, and I wanted to go to Mariupol where the cultural life was just booming, and I wanted to organize an art exhibition in my home city of Zaporizhia. But on the 24th of February, I realized that this is a privilege to be able to build plans for the future. And when I heard first explosions, I was determined to stay in Kiev. In 2 days, I and my friends went to Lviv, and later in spring, I moved to the UK. So yeah, here I am in London recording this video and building my life from scratch. I go to the protests a few times a week. I recently had my first Pride with the Ukrainian community in Brighton City, and I've just actually came back from another protest. Today we shared the Downing Street with the Free Palestine movement. I'm going for another protest on Friday, and honestly, I'm not gonna stop. As you may know, it's not possible to take flights from Ukraine anymore, and obviously you cannot take flight from abroad to Ukraine. So this is my dream, and this is my plan to take first flight from London to Kiev, a capital of independent Ukraine. So see you there, and stand with Ukraine.
Okay, thank you for watching. I think that we are running out of time, and we started a bit later. So if there is a couple of questions, I can take them, but I do not see questions so far in the Etherpad. So if you have any questions further, if you have any questions after this call, after this session, you can reach out to me directly. I will upload the slides to Wikimedia Commons, and we'll share the slides. We'll share the slides with Wikimania participants. You will be able to make use of the links shared in the presentation. And thank you for joining the session. See you at Wikimania.